Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Freaky Fast Broadcasting on a Sunday afternoon. The drivers are prepared to tackle a beast here tonight. It's the Daytona International Speedway, 2.5 miles for 500, out of 2.5 miles for 500 miles. It's going to be our total distance, 200 laps. It's going to be a good one here tonight. We're excited to give you the coverage of the BMRL iRacing Series, as it is going to be sponsored by sleepracing here this evening. Go check out sleepracing.com on their website or on their social media to go check out how sleepracing is doing in the dirt race world. Buckle up, rev up your engines, and be part of the Sleep Racing family. As the drivers are prepared for tonight's race, it's going to be a good one. We're excited for it here on Freaky Fast Broadcasting. My name is Sam Dyer. Joining me up in the booth, it's been a long time, but we're excited for it. As Zach Hall joining me, and as well, Robert Moyer Jr. running productions in the background. Zach, it's good to have you back. I know you were in the booth a little bit last night for a charity event, but it's time for an actual race, that of the Daytona 500 here tonight.
Yeah, man, got a little bit of a warm-up last night after my little bit of a hiatus it's been, and I'll tell you what, it's good to be back. So excited to see what these guys can do here at Daytona. I mean, you know, a whole new league. We don't know a lot about these guys, but guess what? We got 200 laps here tonight to figure out a lot about them. So I'm sure there's going to be plenty of storylines, and it's going to get pretty wild. I mean, this next-gen car, first off, just races very aggressively when it comes to these tracks, not only with the side drafts, but with the pushes you'll see. So I think we'll have a good race on our hands, and we'll get to see a few major incidents, I think.
Yeah, I mean, looking through the field, there's one or two drivers that we've seen here on Freaky Fast Broadcasting in the past, but the majority of the field, a lot of drivers are going to be meeting for the first time, so we're excited for it. But this track, 2.5 miles in distance, they're over 30 degrees of baking through the corners. Going to be a lot of side-by-side racing, but we see three wide at moments. We could be seeing that a lot more tonight due to the fact that these drivers have two fast repairs to work with, 4 extra sets of tires in pit road in their back pocket if they want to put them on or not. And I think, Zach, the fact that we have 2 fast repairs for this field really gives the opportunity of just be aggressive right off the bat.
It really does, Sam. I think these guys, right from the drop of the green flag, they are going to literally go for it, as you would say. I mean, you got the 2 fast repairs. I think that makes, some people will probably look to still save them. Some people might play a little safe, but I think the majority of the field, they know they got that in the back pocket. They're going to be aggressive to hold on to that track position and try to stay up front and, go out and win this race.
As we're going to be heading down to trackside, drivers are currently underway with practice. They've got 3 minutes and 30 seconds still left in practice for themselves. But tonight's race is going to be a fun one, as the BMRL iRacing Series currently on a break, as they'll be back to racing coverage later on this week for their A-Truck Series. But in the next-gen car here tonight, and drivers were testing out practice. We were seeing how they were trying to stay in a pack. And Zach, bump drafting, always when you come to a super speedway, going to be a factor to touch on of how you're going to be, giving the bump, reacting to it. I know it's been a while since we've covered a next-gen Cup Series vehicle race, but I think that's going to be the fun part to watch on. Now these vehicles have the ability to bump draft, and unlike the Gen 4 cars that we've been watching mainly on Wednesday nights.
Exactly, Sam. I think that's the biggest difference. What you're going to see is very aggressive on the bumper from these guys, and then not only through the straightaways, through the tri-oval, but you're going to see pushing through the corners in these cars. It is definitely available to do. It is definitely a little bit sketchy. You can have those moments and those off-center moments. That's the key, too, is you're going to see some of these guys, they're not going to be lined up perfectly centered with that car ahead of them. And if you get off to the right, off to the left just a little bit, some of the noses of these cars aren't perfectly shaped. That Chevrolet has those edges to that front end of that nose, and you can sometimes really turn a car very easily in front of you. So pushing is available, and it can be very, very aggressive with this car, in my opinion, almost upwards of tandem style drafting where you have 2 cars locked together. But you got to also watch that centering of how you push. If you get off to the left, you get off to the right, you could have some major issues.
Yeah, you got to keep it center for yourself. Also seeing on screen drivers doing some burnouts, trying to get their early celebrations. I think for some drivers recognizing, hey, want to get that practice in because anyone has a chance. Once practice is over here in a minute and 30 seconds, we'll head into qualifying. But qualifying really not going to be the biggest factor to watch out for because you can move through the field pretty fluidly. Once we get rolling, the draft is going to be there to allow drivers to make some big moves. And currently, we've got 27 drivers that are registered in. A total of 32 had signed up for this event. We'll see if everyone's able to make it to tonight's race. But 27 drivers, still a big enough pack that we're going to be seeing a lot of big moves here tonight. Who can surge from the back of the pack to the lead, or will we see the leaders kind of dominate here tonight? It's going to be a big question once we get to green flag racing. But Zach, some drivers willing to get some time in practicing for qualifying because it is still an honor to prove that you can be the fastest driver just by yourself.
It helps. I mean, you go out there and test runs. That's really what the thing is. Yeah, it's nice to get up on that practice leaderboard. That definitely gives you confidence, but you want to be out there testing things. You want to know how far back do I need to be to get the size of a run, because the farther back you are from somebody, the little bit more time you have to gain up on them and gain that drafting speed. So you're going to see guys trying to time things all throughout the night when it comes to runs, and also with it being Daytona itself, this track being a little bit more narrow than such as a track like Talladega, where 3-4 wide very easily done at that track. 3 wide here is pretty much what you can do. You can get away with 4 wide. If we see 4 wide, that'll be super impressive because this track pretty much only allows that. You ain't going to go much higher than 4 wide. So we'll see if they can get that done, but I think 3 wide action could be in the near future.
Yeah, I'm expecting that as well. As practice is over, drivers head into qualifying, where the drivers are going to have 2 laps to put down their fastest time, but in a 10-minute window. So they got a lot of time to work with here, and I think this gives us also a moment to kind of look at the weather, how that could be a factor here for drivers. With 10 minutes, you've got plenty of opportunities to kind of wait until the very last moment, or you're going to tackle immediately on track, but the ambient temperature going to be 73 degrees. Track temp is 87 degrees Fahrenheit, as the wind's going to be fluctuating just slightly. But I think the big thing to watch out for is going to be partly cloudy this evening for tonight's race. So the drivers know, hey, they're going to be seeing this weather maybe be influenced later on in this race. But for now, might not be too big of a factor, as we're going to be seeing drivers getting out on track here early on.
The thing you're going to watch here, guys, is watching that wind speed. That is the biggest thing when it comes to qualifying here at Daytona. If you catch a little bit of a downtime in the wind, or even a gust of wind, because sometimes it can be a tailwind. If it's a tailwind, it can give you major amounts of speed. And if it's a headwind and that speed drops just enough, that'll give you that little bit less drag that would be created by that wind, coming to the nose of the car. So it's all about timing these things. And, it's a lot of just hope and pray that it works out for you, because if you go out there and just expect the wind to do something and stay the same, it's not. It's going to continuously change around as the lap goes on. So timing that lap can be super, super critical, and it can be those hundreds of seconds that can make the difference between pole position or even all the way back to 20th.
As we have on screen that of David Mayo, who's going to be trying to aim for a great start. David Mayo has been running in the BMRL series, in the truck series that they've been running in Season 1 and Season 2. Best starting qualifying result was 7th at Talladega and 9th at Daytona. So best starts and finishes have been at super speedways. So David Mayo is going to be hoping for another good start. That 9th place at Daytona, can be advanced forward, but those were in the trucks. These cars in the next gen, slightly different, not just 4 gears they're working with, but they do have a total of 5. And Zach, that could be a factor also of how the drivers want to tackle qualifying, of do they want to stay in 4th gear or do they ramp it up into 5th gear?
That is always the question. At least from the last time I drove these cars, folks, it was a 4th gear qualifying lap. You use that 4th gear just because of the higher revs. That 5th gear almost felt like a drafting gear. It was very interesting when it came to these places. So seeing right now, looks like 4th gear is the way to go, is David here using that down the back straightaway.
Using the back straightaway, staying in that 4th gear, as seen revving down into turn number 3. Currently, it's Roger Pierce with the fastest lap. A 49.240 is the lap time. Second place is going to be Daryl Young, and Bill Sleep going to be in third place currently. But David Mayo crossed the line. Where will we be seeing this 08 fifth on the first lap? Will it be advanced forward? Doesn't look like any faster on that second lap. I think a lot of drivers recognizing, hey, that's first lap. Very critical on the speed as we now move down to see the 17 of Jake Baker going to be trying his best on his first lap. Looking to find where will qualifying place the 17 machine. It looks like 8th fastest currently. There's a little bit of speed that can be gained for the 17 on this second lap.
We'll see if the pickup is here for that 17 machine. So right now, going to need those hundreds, and it's crazy to say that. That's how what it is here, Daytona. I mean, when you come to this track, you don't lift. You're wide open all the way around here. The minuscule details that really make up the time is your line. If you can make a very nice and tidy line and also not turn that wheel too much to scrub those front tires, you can carry a ton of speed, and that's where those hundredths of a second come from here in the qualifying at Daytona. It's always interesting to see which guys can maximize it and also get a little lucky.
Across the line for the 17 machine. Doesn't look to be that big of a gap or pickup. Going to actually fall down as Chris Mayo is going to be moving up to 4th place for the 30 machine, as here is going to be the 19 of Desk Champs, who's going to be trying their best to top the board. 3rd fastest for the 19 off of that first lap, and it looks like the first lap is the faster way to go around. Some drivers deciding to wait for later on in qualifying as we are hitting the halfway marker. Drivers are given 10 minutes in total to finish up qualifying, but hey, 5 minutes, still plenty of time for these drivers to get out on track, as the 19 going to be taking it a little bit slower. Might be practicing now getting onto pit road, as some of the other drivers that are just getting out on track going to be the 24 of Chris Ball, as well as Max Service, as well as Adam Gardner in the 56 going to be hitting the track, getting themselves ready for their qualifying attempts, as the rest of the field settles in for the 500 miles, 200 laps that we're going to be having here tonight. As get ready for a different way you want to tackle it, staying high and ramping up for this first lap.
We'll see how this works out here as we ride on board with the 4 machine here, or sorry, in 4th gear with the car we got here on the screen is coming off of forward. He's going to come down and cut to the bottom of the line here, and that's going to give him the start for his lap. And it looks like, again, like you said, Sam, I think it's a first lap deal. So we'll see what Adam Gardner can do here, because it's definitely interesting to see that first lap be the fastest way. You would think going around would, help these cars get right up to speed, but these next gen cars, they quickly get up to speed, and that first lap seems to be the best window also for the tires.
You're going to be staying low, staying close to that yellow line, minimize the distance that you're driving. It allows you to put down that faster lap time. It's this 56. Trying to stay low, holding steady. And it's always interesting when you watch qualifying times on drivers' different attempts. Do you keep it as steady as you can to the old line, or do you let the car drift up just slightly, not scrimming away that time? But it's going to be Adam Gardner, first lap in the books, and it looks like it's going to be a pretty good one, up to 3rd place. And 3rd place looks to be the window for a lot of drivers. It's going to be 200ths off of Roger Pierce, who still holds the fastest time currently.
Roger Pierce and Daryl Young, they're definitely done a great job on their qualifying laps there to get up to that front position. But yeah, the sizable gap that Roger Pierce has is, I mean, pretty similar from the gap that he has from 1st and 2nd is the gap from 2nd all the way almost to 5th. So it just shows you that how good a lap that Roger definitely pulled off there. Is now watching this 38 machine here got here and put a lap in. So see what Mark can put down.
Mark Thrash going to be trying their best out there on track, the 38 machine. It's a weird seeing a different 38 out on track. I'll say that. It's a new league, but we've been covering a lot of other leagues here on Freaky Fast Broadcasting, and usually it's our very own Christopher Norris that runs the 38. So it's going to be weird seeing a different driver in that running in the number, but we're hoping for the best for Mark out there on track. Was 800ths off of Pierce on the first lap. Second lap comes around. It's going to be a little bit faster, bumping up to 10th place is the 38 machine, as it's going to be now moving down to the 80 machine of Drew Prohl, who was on their first lap but deciding to continue to build up speed even on the first lap.
A different call here for him. So let's see how this is going to work out. Drops down here, coming out of four. A little bit of an early drop down, in my opinion, too, with where he's on the track. But come by here to start the lap and see where it's going to place him. So see what Drew can do here with time fully up. And look, he's up in the fifth gear, too. He's up in the high gear. So I think Drew definitely trying a little bit something different here in qualifying.
Going to be a half second off of Roger Pierce on that first lap. But again, it was a second build-up lap, not just the initial warm-up lap, but even used lap one on the timing. Going to be at 180 miles per hour. At this point, we'd already seen other drivers up to 181, just cresting over at the halfway zone. This does not look to be like it's going to be the fastest lap on track, but trying to at least advance forward. It was 20th on the board. And Drew Prohl move up into top 15 here. A little bit of drifting up off that yellow line and dipping down below 180. Not looking like it's going to be the fastest time in the world, but hoping for an advancement, and there will be a slight one for the 80 machine, and it's up to 19th for Drew Prohl as other drivers still sitting and no one else is out on track. So this will be qualifying done for the field. And Zach, I'm not surprised off of the two drivers that are on top of the board based off of iRating, which is what the official, if you're running official races, you get kind of ranked on. Our two highest iRating drivers are top of the board. So we're expecting them to be the top dogs coming into tonight. We'll see if they can stay the top dogs, though, once the race is over. 200 laps expected to be ran here tonight. We do have overtime attempts if needed. But the big thing for these drivers, two faster pairs. How aggressive is the field willing to be for the start of this race? We'll find out in just a few moments as the session for qualifying is done. Practice is done and dusted as well. It's time for that of the BMRL iRacing Series to present the Daytona 500 for you tonight here on Freaky Fast Broadcasting. My name is Sam Dyer. With me is Zach Hall, Robert Moyer Jr. in productions. As we take a look at our starting grid, it's going to be first row for the 76. It's Roger Pierce in first place. Then it's going to be seeing Daryl Young in the 18, going to be in second. In the second row, we drop back to Adam Gardner in the 56 machine. In the 19, where we're going to be seeing that of Ivan Deschamps, going to be there for himself. In row number 3, we find Brett Vincent going to be in the 14 car, as well as in the 6th position, it's the 10 of Ash Hansen. We fall back to row number 4, we find Chris Mayo and Jeffrey Peppers in the 69. Then in row number 5, it's going to be Grandpa Bill in the Bill Sleep 64 machine and Mark Thrasher in this 38.
Row number 6 here, we're going to have the Shane Haas in the 23 machine starting in the 11th position alongside him, and the outside it's going to be the 25 of Jonathan Smith in 12th. Row number 7 here, you got David Mayo starting 13th. In 14th, it's going to be the 17 machine of Jake Baker on the outside. 8th row here, guys, 42 of Kevin Winker as he starts in 15th. And in 16th, you're going to have Christian Angel in the 51 machine. Row number 9 here, Chris P. Ball in the 24 machine is going to start 17th. Alongside him, it's going to be Julio Marquez in the 54 starting 18th. Row number 10 here in the 19th position, it's going to be the 80 of Drew Prohl. And in the 20th position, going to be held by the 84 of Austin Dixon.
Then we fell down to the drivers that did not qualify. Zach Hall is going to be in the booth, accidentally registered in, that's totally fine. Then we also are going to be having the 81 of Max Service going to be in the 22 position. Then we fall back where we find Joshua Land Fox in the 22 machine, and Kyle Lingerfelt going to be in that 24th place for the 65. Watch out for Kyle. He was fastest during practice. As we fall back to the next row of drivers in 25th position, it's going to be the 53 of Daniel, and as well the 2 of Stephen Douglas Hines. Then Kevin Manapace, as well as Tom Cisco in the 9 machine, and the last driver out there on track going to be Tom Rollins. Going to be seeing ourselves with 28 drivers taking the green, as Zach will be up in the booth. So it advances all the drivers that were going to be on the inside row to be back to line up with one another. But Zach, as we're getting ourselves prepared, 200 laps, 500 miles. It's going to be a long race for these drivers. How do you think they're going to be mentally setting up for the initial part of this race?
Well, this is always the interesting time with it being, 200 laps, a 500-mile race. It's different than your normal iRacing Daytona race. Normally, you come in this and you're kind of ready to go up there and get ready to battle right into the mix. You're going to see some guys, I think, here think about strategy, think about where they want to be placed, while others are going to go up there and try to be in the mix to get the track position. So I think you're going to have a little bit of a mixed bag here with drivers doing different things out there. But I think it could make definitely some chaotic racing here as the drop of the green flag with, just different agendas all around from each and every one of these drivers.
Who's going to find their friend? For us, we're going to be learning these drivers' tendencies throughout this race. It's going to be an enjoyable time. Hopefully you enjoy the show as we get ourselves prepared for tonight's race. Hopefully it's going to be a good one. We're expecting these drivers to attack immediately with having 2 fast repairs. That means you get practically have 2 backup cars in pit road waiting for you. But the pace car about to pull off, and it's time for racing action. Practice is over, qualifying is done, and it's time for us at the Daytona 500 into the restart zone. We are green, and Roger Pierce, a fantastic launch for himself, but does he want that big of a launch as he's got himself over a car length or 2 in front of the field?
Like you said, don't want that type of launch here. We'll see what the 18 can do as he's going to have a good run up to the back bumper here through the center of 1 and 2. But it looks like everybody looking to hang it out, but up into the wall. Looks like that was the 19 of Evan DeChamps as he almost caused a huge stack up. Everybody gets it going, and now the 19 going to have a run to jump to the inside line. We'll see, does that outside line be dominant like we've seen in previous times here at Daytona with this next-gen car?
Next-gen car just loves to stay in full momentum, and the outside lane is where the comfort zone is going to be. And really, when you look at this track, lap 1 looks to be already the outside lane building up that confidence and momentum as lap 1's going to go to the 76 of Roger Pierce. Got the pole and give him lap number 1. Even with that early jump, got it in line. And now we have Darrell Young and Pierce just willing to work with one another on the outside lane. And Zach, this is a dominant position to be, but we're already seeing scrapes into the outside wall, proving you gotta watch out. That outside wall is not your friend, but the outside lane can be very helpful.
It can get a little bit hairy up there, as they would say, because, man, you get so stacked up behind the car ahead of you, and you just can't see well, and you follow them into the corner. Say they enter the corner a little bit higher, but they have the vision of the wall there due to the nobody being in front of them. But when you're that 4th, 5th car behind, it's so much harder to see exactly on entry, and you can see sometimes these guys are going to hit that wall. So got to be given a little bit of leeway room there on entry if you're farther back, in my opinion, just to make sure you don't get up into that wall.
Just seeing how close these drivers were to one another. That difference in the gap between first and second is basically nose to nose. And drivers trying to stay in line. But right now, we stay 2 by 2. Leading that inside groove is going to be Jeffrey Peters in the 69 machine. It's going to be pretty easy to tell where the 69 is because of that very colorful Jurassic Park themed machine. Trying to stay down low, moving forward. And the rest of the field looks to be, I'm excited to see it, Zach, calming down in a position where, you could be a little bit more aggressive here in the early going.
We could have seen definitely somebody, push it 3 wide there in the middle, done something a little bit risky here, but I like what they're doing. 4 laps in right now. We're like 200 lap race. Let's put some laps in. Let's just get learning as we got some smoke there in the middle. 1 and 2. I think that might have been from the car there on the apron. I'm unsure exactly who that might be, as it looks like that was actually Austin Dixon. So I don't know what happened to him there, Sam, but definitely a little bit of an issue, as I think he actually spun on he had damage from the last time around in 1 and 2.
Yeah, what happened was it looked like he was having some internet issues and just mechanical issues happened to the 84, and ultimately was driving very slow trying to get to pit road. Might be calling it a race already. Hate to see that for a driver that's in the early going, but Dixon's internet issues, that is always something that can be a big factor, and I believe it's a blown engine for the 84, so he's going to have to go into pit road, and it looks to be already heading into that position as we stay up front. The pack stays together as one, and Honestly, that Austin Dixon incident could have collected a few more other drivers, but luckily he disappeared, so drivers were able to drive on through. We stay green.
And you can see that inside line of the 69 car here as we're looking a little farther back in the field. It's just not moving forward. Like they pretty much get to that fourth car in line, and that's about where it's been. It's not really been able to get that inside line fully powered up yet and going forward. So right now, the outside definitely looking like a dominant position to sit, especially if you're controlling this race. This is exactly what Roger Pierce wants. Go ahead, go to my inside, and you're not going to have help. Now I'm just going to, hold the position up here. When you have that outside wall to help you defend, makes things just that little bit more easy when you know the driver only has one decision, and that's to go to your inside.
As we've done our race analysis for today's race and the fact that we've got two fast pairs to work with, so that's why Austin Dixon was able to get back out on track. It looks like internet issues have been fixed, so back out on track will be the 84, as well as Fortress tires in pit road. But one factor we haven't talked about, that is fuel. This field is going to be running on an 80% fuel load. So Zach, they're going to be pitting a little bit sooner than they would usually do on a full load.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting to see how that, really affects the strategies, they would say, because, it's most people from the full tanks have got it figured out exactly how they want to play these 500-mile races out just from doing them themselves. But I will say, I'm not really sure, how this is going to work. The inside line has a major moment. It looks like that 69 almost got turned off the nose of the car right behind him. I think that was the 19 of Evan DeChamps, and it shows you can push hard with these cars, but they have the tendency still to push someone around if you just get a little bit off center.
Yeah, and it looked to be a lap or so ago. I was seeing the drivers off the exit of turn 4 already on the inside lane, starting to show some looseness. Tire wear was something that we really never talked about in the past of how that can influence these cars, but with how fast they can rip through these corners, the tires and the rear ends can sometimes just get away from you off the exit of these corners if you're not careful. And some even drivers deeper in the field are starting to show signs of looking very uncomfortable off the exit of these corners.
I will say the last time I ran this car, it was a handful when it came to the handling as the run went on. You actually got just loose, really a loose condition as it continued, and that's what we're kind of seeing with a lot of people. Like you said, Sam, off of 4, that car's coming over the crest of 4 there onto the landing, and when it does that, it's just getting light, and that car is just wanting to go around. And it's the inside line that's gotten the most worries down there. You got to turn that wheel a little bit more down there compared to up top where the turning radius is just less. It doesn't make that car want to spin as much.
As the field is staying side by side, the top 4 going to be able to keep their nose ahead of one another, but you have to be careful on these moves. When you start to feel loose, try to chase the car. If you're on the outside, that wall is something that continues to linger, and it can turn into a magnet if you're not careful. Your car just attaches to that outside wall. As I know there's a lot of people out there that are going to be rooting for a lot of different machines out on track. I know people are rooting for the Mayos as well as rooting for Bill Sleep out there on track as the 64. Just kind of taking it easy in the middle of the field at this current time. As the back half of the field, with the drivers that decided not to qualify, we know it's not the worst place to be, but there are drivers that are struggling right now. You see on screen, that's Tom Rollins, who's off the pace, off the draft, and this is a tough place to be for the 59 that we continue to stay green, but luckily is still on the lead lap.
And he's losing about 3 seconds per lap by not being in that draft. So that just shows you how important the draft is to these cars out there. Tom is going to be hoping definitely for some type of caution. As looked like there for a few moments up front, we had out the inside line starting to make a charge. They had gotten away all the way up to the second place car, and then it just falls back. And that's the tough thing about the inside line. It seems like you can make it work for a lap or two, but if you don't, it quickly get back up to the top, then you just drop like a rock. So it's going to be interesting to see if they can find a good pairing down there that really help this line.
And when you're seeing dominance already shown so early on of the outside lane, it's already kind of showing to me, Zach, pit road might be the most important thing here tonight. On getting onto pit road safely, having a clean stop, and getting off the pit road as cleanly as you can without losing any time, because this field We're just showing it could be turning into just a one-lane position with how dominant that outside is currently in the first 11 laps of tonight's race. And that inside row, they also just look to be struggling to stay connected as cleanly as that outside lane is. It looks like the top two drivers that are leading the inside row can stay attached. It's the third driver in line that's kind of struggling right now.
It is that. It seems to be that way, Sam. It seems like that third car just cannot stay, tucked up behind him as Adam Gardner here. Just you can see the distance. I mean, you could put almost 3 cars in between him and Evan DeChamps, and that's definitely hurting that inside line. But I think a lot of these guys on this inside line also, you can save more fuel. You can ride down there and run less throttle. It's just shorter distance around the track. So that might be the case from a lot of these guys. They're just, cruising out here right now, trying to save their equipment and save some fuel to maybe get a strategy upper advantage on. Because I think, like you said, Sam, with how dominant the outside line's already looking, I think pit road might be very, very important to see if you can get that strategy to get it. As now we say that the inside line's starting to make a little charge forward.
We see these runs that are building up. Will we see any contact, though, of giving a good bump draft? It looks like for the 19, going to be given a good tap, trying to move this inside lane along. And Jeffrey Peters getting that help that he wants to have from DeChamps, and they're moving forward just slightly, and that's probably the cleanest they've looked. And that bobbing and weaving on the outside lane, that's giving away some momentum. And the driver on the outside in the 10, that's Asher Hansen struggling off the exit of the corner, and we've seen that it's starting to build up kind of a snowball, but he just kind of pushed a small little pebble down a mountain, and it collects more and more snow. That's what we're seeing with the wear and tear on these tires as we're 14 laps in. The drivers are starting to feel that looseness, and some almost making some contact deeper in the field.
Oh, man, it's starting to stack up a lot here now, Sam. I tell you what, these drivers got to be careful. They could not take too many risks right now with on lap 14 and 200. They do have 2 fast repairs. We can see Evan, he's getting aggressive, but a little off-center and off to the right. That could quickly turn that 69, and they could have been having issues. But, I mean, what a job by them. They got all the way to the leader that time, but the leader pulled down, side drafted him, and then pulled back away. So, just shows you that outside line, they can play some games up there.
Starting to see a little bit of connection issues. There are about 3 or 4 drivers all having some blinking issues of some sort. Kind of spooked the majority of the field, and oh no, contact for the 19. It gets bounced down under the apron, and he was contacted by Jake Baker, who got extremely loose off the outside wall, came crashing down into the 19. Luckily, everyone keeps it straight. But the field, they are starting to feel that pressure, and really it seems like only the top 2 are the only ones that look like they're able to stay stable, as the rest of the field's starting to scatter on where they want to place themselves.
Awesome. This is great, man. This is get a little bit wild because you see the handling of the cars come into factor. I love to see that. That's definitely something you want to see when it comes to Daytona. It adds that little bit of another mix to it. We'll see if that becomes an issue farther along this year as they continue on this run. And the thing is, at 80% fuel load here, these next-gen cars could go very far distances. So I'm still thinking these guys can go upwards of around 35 maybe laps here. So we're still not even at the halfway point of this run technically.
Yeah, around 40 was usually the window that you would look for pit stops. Might be dropping down to 35 to 30. Matters on how these drivers have kind of also been utilizing the draft for themselves. Roger Pierce, who's been, oh my goodness, they were getting oh, the back half of the field is scary at times, exiting the corners. As these drivers are trying to figure out where they're going to be placing themselves, but the lead drivers being that of Roger Pierce and as well Jeffrey Peters, being the lead driver, you are staying full throttle all the way through a run, meaning you're using up more fuel. So those are going to be the 2 drivers really to point out when we get closer to the run, where are they going to be placed, because usually it's when we see everyone drop to the inside lane. That's a good sign that we're going to be seeing some pit stops. And in the middle of the field, they're going to be 3 wide for a quick moment, and it's going to be Peters stuck in the middle. Pepper's going to be stuck in the middle, trying to find some spacing. And hey, I got to give kudos to this group. They have really given plenty of space when they feel like it's getting a little bit too chaotic. They back off and allow everyone to slot into place.
They do. That has been one thing I noticed too. It's something happens, everybody backs off, and they like, okay, we'll reset. and we'll get back in line. And that's a really good job by everybody showing heads up and patience really here to start this race off. And, again, a lot of times when you have these 200 lap races, some guys are very much like this, but at the same time, you'll have those few guys out there who don't even care about the laps, and they'll go out there and make the dump moves, as they would say. And these guys have been doing really a fantastic job all race long here so far, these first 18 laps, to back out, let people back in, and make sure everything is getting fine. Is I think one issue this might have caused from this latest one, it looks like a 4-car pack there kind of broke off here, Sam. Looks like they may be losing that draft unless they can get lined up quickly.
Yeah, there's 4 drivers that are starting to lose the draft very quickly, that being led by the 24 of Chris Ball, as well as Julio Marquez, Kyle Linkfeld, as well as Max Server, who's going to be backing off and not able to stay with the main pack. But this main pack, they're going to be in a tricky spot where they've got to figure out how they're going to get by this lap car of Tom Rollins, who's just kind of hit and rolling his own way around, and looks like the 56 is going to be picking the outside lane and now being told by the leaders to go low, and will be making that move before the pack catches up to him.
Oh, man. Look at this in the middle action right here. This 3 wide, as it looks like now that's going to jump up that dark blue car up to the top line, and it's getting to be very wild. This back half of the field, the handling issues is becoming much more of a major factor. Is it into the outside wall there? We have a car. Is this going to drop that car backwards? Sam, this is getting way more wild as it heads towards these pit stops, because I think these handling is definitely becoming a huge factor, like you said.
Yeah, and that 11 car is going to be the 11 of Kevin Manapace, who's going to be getting in the wall a couple of times, able to stay still attached to this main pack, but that loss of momentum is certainly going to be hurting the majority of the field, as Roger Pierce over the radio kind of navigating whenever they come up to lap traffic on where he wants them to be placed, and always telling the lap cars go low. Doesn't want to give up that outside lane, recognizing how impactful and important it is to stay high, and it's working out for the leaders at this moment.
It's definitely a little bit different than what you normally would see a lot of times when you come to these places. The lap car goes high, but that outside line, you do not want to give that up. I understand Roger Pierce there. He's sticking to that, and that is very smart from him. As pretty much now the inside line is completely deteriorated. We got about 3-4 cars there, and they're not even really lined up. As you can see, the 84 there going another lap down to this field here as these guys try to get through Austin Dixon.
There's the 11 machine trying to stay low, trying to at least enable Dixon to stay in this lead pack, and going to stay just 3 laps down. Instead, it's going to be forcing it to the outside lane, season opening, and going to be making some moves forward. And the back half of the field, always going to be enjoyable to watch, but up front, it has been all Roger Pierce and Daryl Young that have been the top 2 for 22 laps here tonight. And still a lot of racing to go here, Zach, but we talked about it right when we went green. We knew that the outside lane could be strong, but this dominant is kind of shocking to see, because it's been a while since we've watched Next Gen Cup Car racing, and I thought maybe we were going to see maybe a little bit more side-by-side action for this lead position, but it's just been a dominant 1, 2, 3, 4 of Pierce, Young, Hansen, and Smith have been staying up front.
Yeah, it's been that way for sure, and the thing that makes it the most interesting, in my opinion, is
Hansen
on that outside wall. Yeah, Hansen into the wall. That's going to make Jonathan Smith have to jump down to the bottom. Let's see if he can jump back up in front of Hansen. They're wrecking though behind it.
And contact's going to be made, and around they go. The first big one of the night, as drivers are still scattering around with one another. And you had a feeling that something was going to have to burst at some moment, and it finally did. Just a couple of scatters, and I think it was a kind of reactionary thing to what happened to the leaders. It just kept rippling down the lane, and we got to see our first caution of the day strike on lap 23.
This was unfortunate here for these guys, man. Definitely want to give these guys a shout out for holding on to the cars as long as they did, but man, it looks like it kind of started around David Mayo there in the 08. Just looking at his, there was a lot of checkups going on. I mean, you had the stuff from the outside line kind of deteriorating with the first Hansen hitting the wall. As here's where we're going to see the replay, and then you can see David Mayo going around. And it happened so fast, Sam. It was just so hard for all these guys to react. And then look at this. I mean, it's just carnage from here on out.
Yeah, I mean, these drivers are going 185 plus miles per hour through the corner, and it looked like David Mayo kind of went up, then maybe decided to go down with a little bit of Kevin Manapace coming back up, and just a simple clip of the corner. And our first big one of the day comes out.
Unfortunate to see for a lot of these guys getting damaged. I think Austin Dixon, the car we seen earlier, had to take a fast repair. He was involved in that once again. So he's 3 laps down and is going to have to take probably his second fast repair of the night. I mean, that is, he's got a long way to go, Sam. 180 laps with no fast repairs left. So, and going to have to make up the laps. So Dixon definitely in a very big hole right now.
It is going to be a tough one for sure, as drivers expect to come into pit road, going to top off on fuel, and we'll see how this can influence and ripples later on into this race. But as the drivers get to pit road, we are going to take our first commercial break of the evening. Thank you so much for joining with us here on Freaky Fast Broadcasting. You're watching the Daytona 500 presented by BMRL E-Racing Series, sponsored by Sleep Racing. Thank you so much for joining with us. We'll be back right after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Freaky Fast Broadcasting. My name's Sam Dyer. With me is Zach Hall. Running productions in the background is Robert Moyer Jr. You are watching the Daytona 500 presented by BMRL E-Racing Series, as currently the BRL E-Racing Series is on their break for their A-Truck Series. They decided to bring out the Daytona 500 kind of as a fun race before they get back in the full swing of things for their Truck Series. But for us, we're excited to give you this coverage of 200 laps, 500 miles, and our first caution about to be done and dusted. It's time for us to get back to green flag action. It's been all Roger Pierce and Daryl Young up front and into the restart zone, expecting pretty similar things as we are back to green flag action as the driver's trying to cycle into line. And it looks like Asher Hansen going to be left to the inside lane, but he's not happy about it.
That is not going to be good for him for sure because you can see he was up in the mix with Daryl Young, Jonathan Smith in the outside line for the majority of that first run. Now going to be stuck on the bottom lane. We'll just have to see, getting some new drivers down there in the bottom lane. It's going to take a lot of teamwork. We've seen it almost work at times at the bottom. It's just going to have to take a very good grouping of drivers and a lot of numbers to get them forward. Let's see if they can make something happen here there this time.
Top 3 drivers all running Harpoon design schemes, and when you've got schemes that are similar, that means that you've got friends to work with. And having top 3 drivers in line, especially here at Daytona with how strong we've seen the outer groove, it's going to be a tough grouping to try to pass, but you're going to have to be aggressive as we look out the window of our lead driver. Roger Pierce got the pole award and has led every lap so far. 76 is looking good here this evening, but you got to give kudos. That inside lane looking a lot stronger now. Zach, they found something on that inside groove with the packing of drivers that are in line now.
That's exactly right, Sam. This grouping of drivers working a lot better here, it seems. It looks like that 10 getting really good shoves from the 51 of Christian Angel. So looks like that's been a huge help. And then also, I believe you got Jake Baker there on the bottom pushing also. So some good pushes. And look at this. We're going to have our first little side-by-side action maybe here with our leaders if they can get up there and side draft. And that's going to be the key. Looks like the 51 was like trying to bail out. And he says, yep, I want the track position. Get me up into the 4th place position. And that almost caused a huge issue, but that opened up the door for him to get the spot too.
And that was right in front of Bill Sleep. And Sleep's going to have to move back as the rest of the field, they are holding their breath for a quick moment because there were 2 separate incidences on the front stretch. You had the exit out of 4 with a 10 getting into second place of Young, and then as well seeing Angel just muscling their way to the outside groove, and that just kills all the momentum that the inside lane had, and now everyone's just trying to get to the outside groove as quickly as possible. They see an opening, they're ducking and diving that way.
Man, this is getting to be a little bit more feisty out here. Guys are noticing that they want to get that track position and get up front. And, this is why it's all no one's up front. Young into the outside wall. Yeah, that's going to create a huge step. And now Jonathan Smith to the inside here.
Oh, and there they go. Oh, no. Yep, and just you could tell one bad move was going to be collecting more drivers. They're trying to slow down, but there's the yellow flag. And luckily, what could have been a much bigger wreck. There's just a few drivers sliding down on the apron, and with the 17 come back on course, that's what will bring out the yellow. But it all started with Daryl Young getting into the outside wall, and it was just a chain reaction that rippled through the field. And Zach, it just seems like if there's trouble up front and everyone needs to check up, something bad is going to happen in the back half of the field.
And this one here, Sam, looking at it myself already a little bit, this is an interesting incident here because the 76 of Roger Pierce, he gets so close to hitting the wall himself, but I think it's because he gets a bump from that 71 of Daryl Young in the center of the corner that really upset the car, got him a little higher, and then Young couldn't stay off of his. There's the point right here after he hit the wall, and you can see everybody stacking up, and people are fighting for different lanes. People are, going from the bottom to the top, and when there's that many cars stacked up on each other, that move is not going to work, and you can see him here just spinning down the inside lane as the field definitely feeling the effects of this last wreck.
Absolutely, and might be seeing some drivers after this incident deciding to use one of their faster pairs. I know Kevin and Pace, one of those drivers got hard contact. Great slide by the 65 there of Lingerfeld, who keeps it off the wall, and luckily not going to be grabbing any extra damage after that. I know the 11 got a pretty hard lick off the exit the corner as well. But here's a point of view riding on board, just trying to survive as you see the chaos. And this is kind of one of the things when you come to Super Speedway Racing, Zach, where it's kind of you go to the apron, You stay, if you're on the inside, you go immediately to the apron, try to react to avoid any carnage.
Yeah, there's when you have that full runoff area there, you take advantage of it, and that's why you see a lot of drivers do that. It's definitely something that I recommend to drivers. Use the space available out there to Daytona. You don't have to drive right there in between the yellow line and the wall to make it through a wreck. And also the brakes work pretty good in these things. So make sure you just get down there, get slowed down, and usually you can get through a lot of these bigger wrecks here, unless unfortunately, sometimes in racing, it's just bad luck where wrong place, wrong time. But you definitely can do your best to help also your situation by going down there. So good job by a lot of people by missing that, but it's definitely caused a little bit of an interesting a call here for a lot of these guys. So looks like not pitting up front here and a few guys farther back pitting. I kind of like the decision to pit.
Yeah, I mean, you have the decision to come into pit road. I think for a majority of them, it's just to take fuel. A couple of drivers taking tires after the big slide, and as well coming in to get damage repair. I think a lot of drivers recognizing, hey, we don't want to use our fast repair just yet, or if some have already used their first, let's just get some repairs done and get back out there on track. A few drivers, though, have used their first fast repair for the race, that being Kevin Manpace, who just came into pit road for the 11 machine, just used their fast repair, as well as Jake Baker in the 17 used one fast repair. Tom M. Roland used a fast repair, but is currently 3 laps down. Austin Dixon able to get a lucky dog pass there for the 84. And Austin Dixon as well, the only driver that's used already 2 fast repairs at 84. Still in a giant hole, but luckily there's plenty of time to get back out there on track as the field getting ready, waiting for the 1 to go marker, which that's when the pace car lights will turn off. The drivers will stack up and we'll get back to green flag racing. But the dominance on the outside lane, I think we're going to talk about that a lot here tonight because we've already seen it so much with Roger Pierce. But now there's going to be the interesting point of who does Roger Pierce want to have behind him? Will it be the Harpoon Designs of the 25 and Jonathan Smith, or will it be Daryl Young that the 76 wants to work with?
It is going to be an interesting call here for sure. I think if anything, these guys are working together. I think you're going to see here on this restart, Jonathan Smith's not going to go that fast. He's going to probably wait to go just a little bit, and you're going to have Daryl Young and Roger Pierce both time this yellow, and it's going to come down to Roger telling Daryl, hey, I'm giving you the countdown here, 3, 2, 1, let's go. And that I think is going to propel them right back to 1, 2, 3 again. Or we could see maybe Daryl have to fight for himself down there on the bottom. We'll have to really see how it plays out, but I'd imagine the teamwork decisions that are playing out right now about how can we get relined back up after that little bit of a shakeup they had.
Starting to see drivers making their moves forward as quickly as they can. A couple of our biggest movers so far this race. Jonathan Smith up 10 positions. Also Christian Angel in the 51 up 11 spots. Andrew Kroll up 11 positions. They're all inside of our top 10. Drivers that are outside of our top 10 biggest mover is actually going to be in 13th position, the 9 of Tom Cisco. Going to be up 14 positions, the biggest mover of the race so far. A couple of drivers have fallen back a little bit further back than they would like, but it's still early on. 33 of 200 laps. Anything can happen here tonight as the field is getting ready to go back to green flag racing. Thank you so much for joining with us here on Freaky Fast Broadcasting. Trying to get used to the names and faces of this series. Luckily, we have 200 laps to get used to them. It's our first time covering the BMRL iRacing series. It's been a pleasure to cover the first 33 laps, and let's get back to green flag action into the restart zone. And we're back to green flag racing. A little bit of stack up deeper in the field, but up front, they timed it, but Jonathan Smith doesn't want to get Young too much space. It looks like he finally is going to have to back off and get in line.
Looks like they're going to jump down low here for a second. So interesting decision here. Maybe they're saying, let's fill it out. Let's see what the bottom is. And I feel like almost Roger Pierce is the Pied Piper. Everybody's just following him and saying, all right, you lead the way.
I mean, it's not a bad call to follow the drivers that are up front, especially for Roger Pierce and for Daryl Young, but some bad bumps on the inside lane. They got to stay low because they don't feel comfortable enough to move up, but that grouping of Harpoon Designs, they have to move up at some point because it's going to be Bill Sleep working on the outer groove, starting to find some pace and momentum on the outside lane, but there's just not enough momentum. They're sticking strong on the inside.
I like this. This is what we need to see, personally. You're lap 35. This is experimentation time. You need to figure out how you can run the bottom, because what if you're Pierce? What if you're Daryl Young? What if you're Jonathan Smith? And later in this race, the outside lane is not available to you. You're going to have to know how to run this bottom lane. It's better to learn right now how to be efficient, how to push, and create those runs down there right now than instead of later. So it seems like right here is now they're all going to make the big move there. Christian Angel with them. They're all going to jump up top to the front four and back to a outside line dominant position.
Was not able to make the passes. Bill Sleep, as the outside lane just doesn't look like they're as grouped up. And Zach, I think we're already starting to see it. It's Harpoon Designs, that outside groove at this current moment, they just are able to stay so much more attached to one another, and it's just working out for them to stay more smooth, carry more speed. The rest of the field kind of struggling as Hines in the two machine putting down some of the fastest laps of the race, and that helps out when you're in the back half of the field. You're able to just build up massive runs and put down some burner laps, but the strength of the field up front, it's still the 76 of Roger Pierce. But who could be that sneaking driver and try to make a big move? It looks like it's Bill Sleep. He's got the run, the momentum, and he's got the 38 in tow, trying to make this inside lane work.
Don't sleep on Bill here. He is definitely coming up here on the bottom side, and the help is there. Look at the push from the 38. Mark Thrash, I mean, he is thrashing the back bumper right now to get that 64 going. But you can see, I mean, it works for a little bit, but it seems like it just kind of stalls out there, Sam, and it's just tough to do. It seems like the dominance, I mean, I like to say it's the line, but almost is the dominance coming from the Harpoon Design cars. It looks like we had a car jump out of line there for the big win.
That's Chris Mayo. Bad bump, it looked like, off the exit of turn 2, and just backs out immediately. And what a save by the 30 machine, but so off the pace, going to lose the lead tag. There will be a grouping that 30 will catch back up to, but gonna just have to watch that lead group slowly pull away as the 30 has no draft help to try to stay attached. Instead, it's going to be seeing some of these other drivers just hitting their own marks. David Mayo going to be in the 05, 08, and 16 as well. Tom Cisco trying their best to just stay attached to this lead pack. And I love when you're this driver's in the back of the lead group, because you're just in that comfort zone of you know your one goal is just not to lose the draft and to stay out of trouble and let the drivers up front get as chaotic as they want.
This is what you don't want to be right here. Is that you want to be the drivers, like you said, at the back of that draft pack, but then you got these four back here who have lost the draft. And it's unfortunate to see for them, but at the same time, if something does happen, they're not right there in the mix. So that's going to really change things up. And this is Chris Mayo back here, Jake Baker, Adam Gardner, I believe also Austin Dixon's right here with him too, is the 84. So definitely a group of cars that will need some type of yellow to get back up there. But I tell you what, it's lap 39 at 200. There is going to be a yellow flag here at some point.
Yeah, I got a feeling I've been watching the lead group, and they are getting mixy with one another side by side, and the exit of the corner still snapping loose is going to be the toughest part of the night. And some of these drivers, some are showing their tendencies, it looks like, Zach. You know, that's one thing that as a group, maybe you're not used to driving around some of these drivers you're seeing on track currently. You're trying to learn each other's tendencies. Who's able to hold a smooth line all the way through the race if you're giving a bump? Who's able to hold a straight line when you have no real draft assistance that you're trying to give, and figuring out each other's patterns? Who's the chaotic drivers? Who's the smoother ones? And you're trying to figure out who's going to be your friend or enemies out on track.
You definitely, as a driver, take mental notes of those. That is a fact. I mean, you have your teammates that you try to form, to have the communication and work together with. But if that fails, you need to have backup plans out there, as you would say. So you need to know the drivers that you want to work with. If you know a driver's a good pusher and you see him coming forward on a line, jump in front of him. You know he's able to push. You know that's going to be the person you want to be with. So it's going to be fun to see who can form those relationships out there throughout the race. But that's the beauty of Daytona and drafting. It's just really finding the situation that you want to put yourself in with the people that you want to be surrounded by.
Yeah, figuring out who's a better pusher, who's a better leader. I know some drivers feel a lot more comfortable being a lead driver where they don't have to try to line up with the driver behind in front of them, and you're just trying to find that comfort zone for yourself. It looks like there may be a little bit of uncomfortability as a swappage happens for the inside lane as the 80 machine Drew Pearl wants to be the lead driver on the inside. But again, it's just finding that right combination, and I don't think they found it on that inside lane yet. It looks like it's just everyone's recognizing, okay, we got to get it back up top. Don't lose too much of this track position.
And it's really kind of the image of just seeing the outside line be so dominant versus the inside line. It is kind of spooking people into saying, "Man, I can't go down there," and that's only going to continue to get worse, in my opinion, because drivers are going to see, like, "Man, if I go down there, I'm taking such a risk of losing track position that it's just going to hurt me in the end of the game." And that's why you see this situation where even in real life NASCAR, they line up against the wall because you're putting the people behind you in a situation where it says, "Okay, you have the opportunity to go to my inside, but can you make that opportunity actually work instead of giving up a track position?" If you have that wall to your outside, like right here, that wall is a defense mechanism. You can't drive through it. You can't go around to the outside of any car ahead of you because there's a wall there. So the only choice you have is that bottom lane, and that's why this outside can get to be so dominant sometimes, just because it's an easier line to defend, and you just kind of have every option available to you.
But Zach, this could be a momentum builder. You're seeing that gap that's being built up in between the drivers in 10th to 11th place. Might give a chance for these drivers to make an aggressive move. They give a big enough run as we ride on board with Dave Mayo and get a sense of what it's like to be in the cockpit of these vehicles and what the drivers are seeing in their sims. Each driver sitting in their own vehicle, and this is all that they get to see for themselves. And Zach, when you're in a super speedway race, certainly visibility always a factor that you got to bring up.
It really is, Sam. I mean, look at this. I mean, you're riding on board here, and you can't see, like, when you're down the back straightaway here on the outside, you can't see anything but the car ahead, and the car's in your mirror. It literally is one of those situations where you gotta, either get the call from a spotter, get the see the smoke of an incident happening, or just intuition to catch it. Because again, the visibility just not there when it comes to seeing that far ahead. It makes you scared. It definitely does. It gives you that feeling of like you don't know what's going on. You're just hoping and holding the gas down, hoping nothing really stops the line.
And talking about having a spotter, there's only one real life person helping out Spot, and that's for Daryl Young, having Brentley, who we know very well, spotting for Mark Whitley on our Monday night series when we used to cover of the ISRC Truck Series, helping out with Harpoon Design scheme vehicles that are leading tonight's race currently. And having someone that you can trust in your ear, being your spotter, can be a make or break moment as taking a look at some of the drivers trying to have a comfort zone further on back. These are drivers that are way off the pace from the lead group and just are kind of having their own fun passes on one another. But that glare that just popped up, the sun is starting to set on these drivers. We are going to be running into the nighttime conditions, and that could be a factor that may change up this race, having a little bit of extra grip to work with once we go fully into nighttime.
That could help the bottom, in my opinion. Hopefully it does, because you got a little grip down there. These guys been having a little bit of handling issues down there, so I'm hoping that could maybe make those cars a little bit more in tune to be able to run that bottom groove. But also not only the factor of how it's going to change the track here is we can look at the weather down there in the bottom left corner of our screen, but also you're going to have the factor of right here when the sun starts going down over this grandstand. It will blind you, especially if you have some of your settings turned on with the higher graphics. That sun will completely blind you. I think the sun is almost completely kind of passed under the grandstand, but at some points, man, it gets pretty hairy with how the vision comes off of turn fours.
Yeah, that vision, especially off the exit turn four, is still a slight glare that the drivers are dealing with. Again, they do have the ability to turn off the sun settings. That way, it's just a normal hue color, not a blinding sun just spot that's out there in the sky. Drivers have those options to make adjustments to help out their computers or help it in small ways. But right now, we are again looking at some of the drivers further on back that are kind of running in their own race. This is the second pack that finds himself being 5 seconds off of our lead pack and just taking it easy at this moment. Not the worst position to be because I got a feeling this lead group, there are still some drivers
Yeah.
that we've seen their tendencies. We're expecting maybe a wreck to pop up here shortly with some of the reckless moves and I think tire wear that's starting to show.
Tire wear and impatience. As the run goes on, you're like, man, I'm tired of riding where I'm at. I need to go forward, at least try to do something. So you get a little bit desperate, you start to make some moves, and that's where the action and the fireworks pop off at Daytona. Is right now it's mostly the outside line here, but some of these guys farther back still kind of dicing it up, trying to make the inside still work, but just don't have the numbers. Again, like I said, this outside line being this good, it's kind of spooked a lot of drivers from wanting to go down there. But in my opinion, if you're this far back in the draft group, there's no reason not to go there and at least try. You can get a few positions actually out of this.
And if you're enjoying some of this great racing here at Daytona, well, maybe you'll enjoy watching some racing action and updates on the dirt karting side of things. Tonight's Daytona 500 is sponsored by Sleep Racing. Go on over to Sleep Racing on their YouTube channel, Instagram, or on Facebook, as it's a team of a father and son that have been racing since 2010. They are racing in the 206 Sportsman's class in Wisconsin, and they're giving you updates on how their races have been going on for one another and how are the karts staying together. Currently out on track, part of the Sleep Racing crew, it's Bill Sleep out on 13th in the 64. Has shown some signs to be fighting up front, but currently staying down low, trying to find some space to maybe get up top. But for these drivers that are in the back of this lead pack, again, we talked about their tires starting to fade away, and patience is showing, and they seem to be kind of a power cave about to wanting to explode, you could say, where it's just chaos waiting to happen back here. Is this grouping of drivers? Every time they exit out of four or out of two, there's one, maybe two or three drivers that you see that wiggle, and it's almost the outside and inside lane trying to make a collision in the middle of the track that you're worried about the most.
That's for sure, Sam. I mean, these guys do have two fast repairs, but we're on lap 50. You don't want to be using those this early into his 200 lap event. So Trevor definitely going to be thinking about how they can keep it clean. And right now, we do have the bottom line forming back up. These guys have made a little headway. They've been able to pull alongside a few of these guys. And I mean, it's a net gain for a lot of the drivers who have jumped down there. But again, it just seems like it stalls out around the 5th to 6th place car. And they just can't really get past that bubble of air because, I mean, the Harpoon design cars, they've just been fantastically hooked up together. I think Daryl Young hasn't left that back bumper on the 76 that's really been the catalyst to this run.
And looking at drivers that have ran in the BMRL Truck Series, drivers that have won at super speedway racetracks, one of them's inside of the top 5, that being the Juicy Fruit 42 machine, who's in a little bit of a log jam, clogged up moment there for a quick second. Luckily, everyone was able to back off in that checkup moment. But Kevin Winker was able to find himself getting a win at Talladega back in season 1. Got himself a win there, one of his 2 wins. His second win also was at Bristol. So hoping to grab another win, but this time instead of the trucks in the next gen, he's got a lot of work to do to get past the Harpoon Designs dominance currently. It looks like trying to make some big moves currently. That inside lane trying to move forward, and the 11 not wanting that to happen just yet.
No, they are not wanting that to happen. The 11 saying, nope, you guys stay back here. I'm going to play a little bit of a gatekeeper here, as they would say, is super close to the wall once again there for a few guys. I think that was Kevin there in 42, actually. He got super, super close to that wall, and got to be careful. We've seen it already before. All it takes is one driver to get up in the wall, the checkup happens, and then it's going to be every driver for themselves.
Can you survive the chaos? It's going to be the big thing to watch out for as the drivers in the grouping a little bit of continue to wiggle. 53 laps into this race. And Zach, I mean, we've been harping on the same things over and over again, but Daytona is such a historic race, and the Daytona 500 as well, a race that drivers love and always kind of dream of actually having a chance to win at. In the virtual side of things or real life, it is such an honor to win this type of an honorable track, as we are now a quarter of the way through this race. Yeah, I think a lot of these drivers, they already know who the top dogs are. The question is, can you find a way to get that win and get the honor of winning a race like this?
It's always an honor to win at Daytona. It's just it's a different feeling. I mean, winning Talladega is nice. It's a super speedway track, so it is, a different feeling when you win these races. But Daytona has that special allure and just like the history behind it. I mean, anytime you can put a car in victory lane, it don't matter if it's on the road course. I mean, we can do it in the parking lot at Daytona. I mean, it is literally still Daytona, and it's historic to these drivers for sure. So they want to make the most of it. But the one thing, while we've been making some green flag runs here, I've been watching, Sam, is we're 30 laps into this stint now for these drivers up front. Now, we did have that caution to help, these guys stretch this fuel a little longer. But I think pit stops could be nearing here in the next 5 to 10 laps.
This is one of those zones where it could change things up, as the 42 got a little bit of a brush to the outside wall, had to move down to the inside of the lane and it'll stay on track. But those small mistakes could be costly, giving up some positions. Or is it a strategy call, as the drivers just trying to woo their way forward? Hard bumps given to the inside lane. That 42 of Kevin, he's got to be careful, because Thrasher is just absolutely destroying that back bumper with some of those bumps.
Well, we've seen Mark Thrasher. He's thrashed the bumper a few times in that bottom lane. I mean, that's what you got to do, though. I got to commend him, because he's willing to risk it right here. And look at the speed they're carrying here on the bottom lane by just slamming the 42 through the corner. Now, it's very sketchy. You can see how wiggly they were. But at the same time, look, now they're going to put the side draft. This is smart, too. You got to get there, get to those quarter panels of this car on the outside, pull them back up off the car themselves, and then you're going to get side drafted from that car behind. So it's a double-edged sword, as they would say. So right now, the 42 just getting the massive shove. And if they can get some more cars lined up that are giving pushes like this inside line's going to go. Whoa.
They are risking it at this time, and why not? You got two passenger pairs. Both these drivers still have it in their back pocket. Might as well use up maybe one of them if you're going to get aggressive. Over the radio, though, some drivers saying it's pit stop time, and oh, what a move! Trying to get down low, and a collective group says it's time to come into pit road together, and they are not backing down, as that 42 machine, he was getting pushed by Thrasher, and somehow they keep it all together and stay green.
Wow. That was wild, to say the least. Is everybody now fighting for, of course, the bottom, because the pit lane is calling their names. And the thing about this, too, so there's some guys in here who are 26 laps on their stint, and they're going to have the advantage here when they come to pit road. They're not going to have to put as much fuel in the race car. They might be able to jump a few of these guys.
First drivers hit pit road was part of the second pack. It was around 8 seconds off of our leaders. And now the leaders up front, there's a lot of radio chatter that we're going to be seeing drivers just dropping down low. Here we go, the first fan out of the night for the lead pack, and drivers are locking it down, hitting the brakes, and up front they're clean. Man, there were moments where I thought we were going to see some drivers get spun around, but luckily everyone hits their box. They got to slow down from going 190 plus miles per hour all the way down to 60 miles per hour for pit road, and there's the spins that goes around, and that's exactly what could happen when you're stacked on top of one another, not giving space, and that's the worst nightmare you could ask for when you enter pit road.
I believe that might have been David Mayo there. Oh, and they're having more issues, and then Christian Angel here coming. Oh, man, Sam, this went catastrophic for a few of those guys. And right now, they're going to see the rest of the people leaving pit road. I mean, some of them are still just getting in their boxes now. So that pit stop went about as worse as it possibly could have went.
Yeah, that was probably the worst. And some drivers that decided to just top off on fuel under our last yellow are still out on track. And Kevin Manpace, as well as Daniel in the 53 in that Dunkin' Donuts machine, and as well Kevin Winker is going to be in the 42 Juicy Fruit machine. They could stay out still for another about 5 more laps before they have to hit pit road. And this is an interesting call for them to stay out, Zach, because this could be hurting them in the long run, because the rest of the field is still with finishing up their pit stops. If they make a mistake, this could backfire quickly.
It really could. I think the one thing that's going for them right now is with the chaos of that pit stop, only like a lot of the cars did not get hooked up together. So it's kind of spread out right now for the drivers who came off pit road. And that's helping these guys because this is only a 3-car pack here. You can only turn such fast speeds when you're in these 3-car packs like this. And these guys said they were the ones that did come down the pit road and, top off the car. And sticking to what they're doing right here, this at the end of the day, it could be losing them some time, but it could gain them a ton of time at the end of this race if they can take a pit stop out of the situation, or not only that, take no tires and just a splash of fuel, while other people are going to have to sit there on pit road for upwards of 10, 15 seconds to get this car's full pack of fuel.
Well, currently for the drivers that have just came into pit road and got their service done, they run 4th and 5th, being Roger Pierce and Daryl Young, and they are the only 2 that are attached. Then there is a decent pack of 4 or 5 drivers in line that are back in 6th, all the way back to 9th place. 10th place that are together. They're expecting to rocket ship their way past these 2 once they catch up in line, but it's going to be the how can you catch up to this group show, as we are 62 laps into tonight's race. Thank you so much for joining with us. We're going to take our next commercial break here tonight. You are watching the Daytona 500 presented by BMRL iRacing Series. It's the Sleep Racing race here tonight, sponsored by Sleep Racing, as we are going to step away when we come back. More racing action here at Daytona. They're 5 wide behind the fifth.
Oh my, the 5 wide here, this ain't gonna work. They make it last, bumping and banging to the end. They're beating banging for the lead. Sora still with the shot here, coming off a 4. That's it.
It's
Bottom line, here it comes.
Oh,
I know Carter gets wrecked. It's going to be that Nick Crawford. The 74 gets through somehow, and they just completely demolish one another. Trinity diving down low, drifting up, trying to be the stealer. Here he comes. Cedric Carter. He does it. He steals it.
But he somehow drove it into the corner to wreck him.
Oh, they wrecked. They wrecked each other. The top 2 bounced into one another. Just too much of side drifting off of, and they got to be careful. Oh no, the 4 demolishes in the 28. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Freaky Fast Broadcasting. You're watching the Daytona 500 presented by BMRL iRacing Series and sponsored by Sleep Racing. As the leaders have been caught, and it's right back to where we were before, but it's a little bit of a smaller pack this go around, as we have the drivers in the Harpoon Designs catching up, trying to get by the Dunkin' Donuts 53 machine of Kevin, as well. Trying to get by that of the 52 with Daniel, and as well with Kevin. Minipass going to be on the inside, but really they've got not enough drivers in line to defend that position, as the 42 leads the way, but for how long? Doesn't look to be for very long, as the Harpoon Design drivers, they're going to be 1, 2, 3 very quickly here, have been the dominators for tonight's race. Welcome to Freaky Fast Broadcasting. If it's your first time, a little bit of a scare there, though. The 22 of Land Fox, as well as Hanson, get a little scrappy, but hold tight as they keep it green. But my name is Sam Dyer. With me is Zach Hall, Robert Moyer Jr. running productions in the background. And Zach, the sun's setting a little bit more, but it's the same race I've been watching for these 68 laps. The top two have stayed the top two all night long.
And that they have. They've dominated, but I will got to give credit here. That 42, the 11, and the 53, able to, stretch out the distance on the fuel also, and then now fall in line with the pack. So they're right here with these guys, able to race with them, and they went, almost 8 laps longer than some of these guys. So great job by them. That could end up being a difference here later in this race.
And looking at the difference in the pack, we went from a pack of 22 drivers to now down to just 9 that are in line with one another. There are some lap cars mingled with this lead group, with the 08 David Mayo trying to stay attached as well as he can. But the second pack being led by Bill Sleep in the 64 and Mark Thrasher in the second group. The only issue, Zach, they're over 8.5 seconds back from the lead pack, but 10 seconds off the leader.
And they're getting racy too, Sam. I kind of was looking at these guys, and there was some dice in here going on. And looks like the 30 of Chris Mayo says, "Get me to the lead of this pack with Adam Gardner, and we're going to try to make this pack go a little quicker." But like you said, at the end of the day, Sam, they're going to need some type of help with the yellow flag, because now they're 10 seconds, and it's growing each and every lap back here.
Well, we talked about how this is our first time covering these drivers, and we're learning the drivers' tendencies, as well as names and schemes. But the tendencies that we've already noticed from some of these drivers, we were talking about it under commercial break, but the aggressiveness and also handling issues at times this vehicle is giving to these drivers looks to be very tough. But the aggressiveness on giving bump drafts has been probably the most shocking thing tonight.
It really has been. We've seen some pretty aggressive bump drafts. You got to be aggressive in this car. That it plays to this car's advantage. But we've seen some bump drafts that, they were a little bit squirrely there for a few moments, and all it takes is one, wrong push, and stuff goes wrong quickly. So I got to commend them guys, because they've been giving lots of bumps, and we really haven't had too many wrecks. So it's been a great job now as they're all single filed out here, and they're going to see if they can try to maybe cut into that gap of those leaders up front.
Got to run down if they want a chance to get some of that draft assistance. They got 8 seconds to chip away. The most difficult thing, though, is that the lead pack is not getting racy like we saw the second group. They are in line just as well, and they are all running 2 different lanes. This group, the second pack, they're still running the inside lane, while the lead pack, they're still staying on the top side, which I'm shocked. I thought for sure we would see this group, the second group that we see on screen, move up, but they continue to stay where they're at. And here's the difference between our leader of Roger Pierce back to the leader of the second pack of Chris Mayo, and it just continues to grow each and every lap because of the different lanes that are being used.
This is so interesting to watch, because the last time by, Mayo was quicker. That whole group was about a tenth quicker, but it seems like it was a little bit due to a mix-up up front, and you can see right here a little bit of gains here, because the relative is going to be a little bit different, because the cars up ahead were through the corner. These now guys are going to go through the corner. They're going to lose time compared to the leaders who are on the straightaway, and you're going to see that gap in Delta change a little bit. But it seems to be pretty similar in speed, I'm not going to lie, from top to bottom. It's just that top side. I mean, it's just really tough to make passes on.
To see on our ticker board, those enlarged portions of the ticker showing where the two leaders, the leader of Roger Pierce, leader of this race, and Chris Mayo, the leader of the second pack, on where they run. There is a third group that's starting to merge together. Third group right now is just two drivers in 17th and 18th place, with Max Service as well as Kyle Lingerfeld's going to be just in their lonesome. Just being two drivers is got to be a little heartbreaking. Then there's a fourth pack that's four drivers in line, having the 14 of Brett Vincent, Jake Baker, as well as Stephen Douglas Hines, working together as well as they can. But it's kind of tough when you only have four drivers that are working as one.
It really is. It's super tough just to make that speed, and they're going to need big-time help, Sam, for sure. So we'll see if that help comes here in a form of a yellow flag at some point. But right now, with it all single-filed out and stuff, we could be going green here for a long time, folks. This is, I've done a lot of iRacing Daytona officials each year. iRacing hosts, a Daytona 500 official race. And a lot of people compete in that race, and I'm seeing similar tendencies to those races, because you'll start the race and get a few quick yellows, and then you'll have a period where it's just green flag for almost hundreds of laps, and then last second of the race you get those last few yellows when people start to really dice it up again. So not surprised to see this style going on. It's just what happens when you have these longer style events. Drivers understand that, hey, there's no reason to race too hard right now. Let's just keep up with our track position, because right now the front nine, if it stays green and they can stay together, there's no way anybody's catching them.
Yeah, front nine there's more drivers in this lead pack than just nine. There's a few lap cars that are also mixed and mingled as well with this group. But 9 drivers on the lead lap in this lead group, and they continue to race on. Daytona has been a special race here at Freaky Fast Broadcasting. We've had a lot of great events. And speaking about great events, we just had one last night. If you were not able to join with us, you can go back and rewatch the broadcast. But we had ourselves our 3rd annual charity event. It was the JDRF charity event, and we'll come back to it because the driver's going to be spun around, and it's Asher Hansen spun around, as well as this 11 of Kevin Manapace going to be going into the grass in the 11, slamming hard into the outside wall, and we will stay green. And from 9 drivers queued up, well, never mind. Caution is going to be thrown.
Yeah, I think right there, that caution coming out, Sam, that looks like a little bit later from iRacing there, but I think it was due to Manapace being slow there on the apron and a few cars passing by.
And that quick caution comes out for these drivers. And here's what happened with them coming off the exit of the corner. Just a bad bump, squeeze, tapped around, and away they go. And it's just, bad bumps, but giving around. And I think, when we talk about trying to stay patient, and usually it ramps up later on in the race, I think right there might have been a little bit of impatiency, and some drivers trying to give bump the bumper, you could say, of drivers in the back trying to get this pack moving a little bit faster.
That was a pretty big accordion effect that, if you ask me, like, you're going to see here, as I believe we're running on board Hansen. He's going to run up on Mayo and boom, hits the back of him, but he's getting hit from behind by the 51 Chandler, and that is it's going to send him around. Christian Angel in the back bumper of the 10 there, but you're going to see Hansen into the outside wall. Kevin Manapace, he caught a big piece of it. He broke the right front suspension, so he'll definitely take faster.
And definitely is another view of it, as you see the drivers quickly. I mean, with how fast they're running, it's hard to really make any changes. The 11 gonna just come up, smash the wall, and it just, I think at that point, zero control was there for the 11 as oncoming traffic comes on by, and so we get the yellow flag being thrown at that moment.
Definitely a wild situation that played out right there. For these guys, they're lucky to have fast repairs. It's also the second pack. They're saying thank you very much. we now have come back up here and have a chance and an opportunity to race with these guys. Um, Now, also, it shook up the strategy. Remember how we had guys stretch it out longer? Well, now those drivers are going to be in interesting situations. It looks like a few of those drivers have stayed out here, Sam. It looks like actually the only one is maybe Kevin Winker.
Yeah, Winker going to be staying out in that 42 machine. Only driver to do so, which that is a absolute, I think, misstep by the 42. Was maybe hoping for a couple of other drivers to stay out. Didn't happen. And being off by 12 laps compared to the drivers around you, that is it's a tough position to be in. But you know what?
Yeah.
You hope that maybe you can find maybe a quick caution to get into the mix with the field around you. But this 42 is going to be swallowing a tough pill if we get into a green flag run and they have to pit 12 laps sooner than the rest of the field. As with these pit stops, it will shake up the driver that leads this race, though. And I'm curious on how this restart's going to go, because this is going to be the first start and restart where Roger Pierce is not going to be the lead driver for this run.
Yeah, this is going to mix it up for sure. Daryl Young going to be ahead of Roger this time. And with Winker out front with the 12-lap difference, that's going to put him in a terrible situation here if he doesn't get a yellow pretty quickly to get everybody to get back on the same strategy. He took a big risk here, Sam. I definitely think if I was that driver, I would possibly think about coming down this most recent time here to get service done, just because the worry of having to come pit by yourself would ruin your race. But it looks like he's willing to risk it.
Willing to risk it as we are inching closer to the start of lap 80. That's when we're going to go back to green flag racing. And for Kevin Winker, going to be starting on the inside row, putting Daryl Young on the outside lane. Roger Pierce going to be in that second row to work with. You're going to have Daniel in the 53 Dunkin' Donuts machine on the outside. So we're going to have a couple of those Harpoon design drivers in a line with one another. We'll see how that's going to work out for each other on this go, as we're inching closer and closer to the halfway of this race. Expecting there to be maybe a little bit of a turn up on that aggression once we get past halfway. But I think this restart's still going to calm down, realize there's a lot of racing still to go. Currently your biggest movers of the race going to be Daniel in the 53, and as well Tom Cisco in the 9 machine, both up 20 positions. And the 9's been slowly marching his way forward, with staying attached to the lead pack before that most recent incident. Excited to see what Tom's going to bring out for this field, as well as a couple of other drivers giving a chance to get back onto the lead lap. Still have Chris Angel 1 lap down. Also Ian Champ's going to be 1 lap down, and Shane Haas going to be 1 lap down. And we have 3 other drivers 3 laps down that need a little bit more help if they want to get back into the mix. As getting ready for this restart, Zach, I mean, certainly this race, it has been chaotic at moments, but I think this is the restart I'm most excited for.
I completely agree. We haven't seen this mix-up of drivers. We've seen Roger control every single restart. Now, let's see how they try to position themselves to get back in line. This Harpoon team has just been amazing to watch so far.
Here we go. Pace car pulls it into pit row. The Daytona 500 is back underway. Kevin Winker going to be the driver that's going to be pushed along, as the drivers for Harpoon Designs trying to get in line. Where will they place themselves? It looks like it's going to be Jonathan Smith left in the inside row. He's trying to find some spacing. It's just not there yet. But as Winker leads the top beginning of this race, but expect the big move, and there we go. The teammates drop down together and dump that 42 on his lonesome on the outside.
That was the perfect move. I was waiting for the opportunity. As soon as the 18 clears the 25 of Jonathan Smith on the bottom, he jumps down in front of him, and immediately that Harpoon Designs team is trying to do what they've done all race long. And look what they've done, Sam. Perfect execution. All 3 of them right to the top side. Line back up once again. It's the 42 all over the bumper to the 25 there on the exit.
The only problem is when you make those big surges to the bottom, the top, you are killing a lot of momentum also for that lead driver, and you have to be careful on those collisions of, for Winker. Luckily didn't cause too much of a bump. That can ripple through the pack if you're not careful, as the lead 3 right back to where they've been all race long, staying up front as we still have 120 laps still to go here tonight. And that inside row trying to find some more help, and it's led by the 9 machine.
Man, the 9 here, we said, can he come up here and be in the mix? And it's been interesting to see his drive through the field. But he's going to need some help right now. Well, it looks like we got Adam Gardner really pushing him. As always, Gardner's going to get to the inside of him, and that's going to shove the 9 into the sucker hole all by himself. And that's going to put the 9 on Tom Cisco back to the back of this pack.
Cisco will drop back. Adam Gardner, a driver that has also found himself in a victory lane at Talladega back in season 1, and he did so in the trucks. A lot of work against that 56 machine up front, but Gardner has a little bit of help to work with here, as he has the 30 of Chris Mayo on that back bumper, but I think also kind of a sleeper pick to watch out for. The 64 of Bill Sleep is waiting in the wings on the outside row, and I'm curious on what the 64 is going to have, as there they go, and it's the 9 and others spun around.
Oh no, for Tom. We just talked about him, and Sam, unfortunate for Tom, they're involved in this one.
Well, you know, on Wednesday nights in our WSSR series, I am known for commentator cursing a lot of drivers. Some drivers have personally told me not to bring them up during the broadcast, and it looks like it finally struck with a new league. Sadly, it's going to be Tom Cisco involved with this one, as the field was going through 3 and 4. It's just one of those, I think, you know, reactionary things where you're just lined up with drivers, bad bump, and away they go.
That's exactly right. Just bad bump, bad timing, and that's all it takes sometimes, Sam. And we have a tendency to commentator curse, that's for sure. When we bring you up drivers, just so you know, you better be prepared, because it could get definitely pretty dicey if we're talking about you. So, unfortunate for Tom, but a big thing for him, Sam, no major damage or anything. The car looks fine. I don't even think he had to take a fast repair from that.
Yeah, he pulled it into pit road. He's expecting to see the 9 pull it into pit road, get some service done, and did use 1 fast repair so far as Tom Cisco. There's a few drivers that have used 1. The 11, though, joins that of Austin Dixon, of using both fast repairs. So the 11 of Kevin Minipass is going to be in the hoping not to be involved in the next wreck, if possible, is the 11 machine.
That is no doubt. Those guys do not want to be involved in nothing. And for Dixon, he's been trapped 3 laps down for really since the start of the race with that connection issue. So, and that's the worst that can happen to you. It's just having a simple connection issue like that, and boom, it ruins your race for majority of it, and then you're stuck laps down that you just can't get back because other drivers are going laps down that take away the lucky dog from you. So, very tough if you're in that position, but gonna have to just stick with it. We're only 81 laps in, not even halfway yet. Things can change very quickly at Daytona.
They certainly can change, and the field, I think they all recognize, hey, we just need one way to break up the Harpoon guys, but they are way too in unison right now. That they're gonna, you know, this whole entire field needs to work as one if they're gonna find a way to get by Harpoon. But for tonight's race, thank you again for joining with us here on Freaky Fast Broadcasting. Right before that yellow flag came out, was talking about yesterday, had our Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation charity race. An incredible night for us here at Freaky Fast Broadcasting. It was our 3rd annual charity race that we had for JDRF. Zach was out there racing, but for us, the big thing was all about raising money for a great cause, and we raised the most we've ever raised of $1,710 last night. It was an incredible event to be a part of. Zach, I know you helped out also with building that event. It was awesome to be a part of last night.
Sam, that is definitely an understatement, if anything. I mean, it is so special to definitely been a part of that, and to smash. I mean, not even just go over what we did with our latest charity event, but it seems like every time we just take bigger and bigger steps, and I can't wait to see the future personally. I mean, the 4th annual one will be, if not bigger than ever. So make sure if you're out there and, go back and tune into that race, check it out from last night. on our YouTube channel here and see how it was. You never know, you might want to come out and join us next season or next year and help raise some money for children.
Yeah, and we also have a lot of other series that we cover here on Freaky Fast Broadcasting. Currently underway in their season is Wednesday night WSSR Cup Series. It's the Gen 4 Cup Series as they are getting prepared for running at Kern County this upcoming Wednesday. And if you are not tired of watching Daytona racing by the end of tonight, we're going to have more Daytona racing coming up on Tuesday. As I know this track is going to be burnt, and it already is burnt in, but this month is certainly Daytona month for road course racing and 500 oval racing.
Yes. Daytona gets worn out. January and February, we can just mark those months as Daytona months because it's constant. And I mean, that's why, in my opinion, it's such a historic track to win at, because you know the months of the year that you're going to be racing there. Like, you know, coming into the first of the year like this, most likely at some point you're going to be running some race around this giant facility. So it's definitely, you know, special to all us iRacers, and not only that, but the racers around the world. I mean, you look at all the events Daytona holds itself as a racetrack during these months. It's definitely a very busy time when it comes to Daytona, Florida.
It absolutely is. I know this is a kind of a one-off race that we were signed up for tonight, but it's been a pleasure to give the coverage to all of you watching at home of the BMLR iRacing series presenting the Daytona 500. Now, some of these drivers, again, are under their winter break. They had a 2-week break. They'll be getting back to truck racing action here shortly, and they're excited to get back in, get in the full swing of things once again. And speaking about getting the full swing of things, we're about to get back to green flag action. Pace car pulls off into pit road. And here we go. Roger Pierce right back to where he's been feeling most comfortable. He's going to be having that of Jonathan Smith giving the bump and expecting to get in front. And it's actually going to be a swappage of the second driver in line now.
Now this can change things up here, folks. Daryl Young has been, the pusher of the night, I would say. He has been able to lock to that 76's bumper. And if any run comes from the bottom, they're able to just go. And that's been impressive to see. So we'll see now, can Jonathan Smith do a similar task that Daryl Young's been doing all night? Because that second car is the most vital car in the line. It's all about how he pushes the leader, and that allows the third place car from there to push just as equally as well. So we'll see how well this works. But this inside line starting to form up, Sam. That outside deteriorating. They want a shot at these three up front.
That's the big thing. They need to kind of make that outside lane disappear if they want a chance to go after this team. It's got to be a whole field against Harpoon if they want a chance to stop what Roger Pierce has been doing here tonight. And as well, that of Jonathan Smith and Daryl Young. They've been a dominant force on the outside lane. But right when we see that strength start to mount up, it just seems like everyone starts to disappear to the outside lane because they see an opening, they can move up, get some track position, and they give up on the inside lane.
You give a driver an opportunity to get in a position they think is favorable, they're going to take it. Even if the numbers and the odds look better where they were, they're going to say, well, that outside line has just been so good all night. I'm going to go ahead and take that. So that's why you've seen a lot of them just bail out on the bottom when they've seen that opening up top with only 4 cars lined up there for a few moments. That was definitely a time for people to take advantage of, and there was 5, 6, 7 of them that did.
Yeah, it's kind of that the bait and switch of a way where you're baiting everyone to go down low, and then you switch to the top. You take that advantage. You bounce forward, and it's allowed a lot of drivers that, under our green flag conditions of pit stops, a lot of drivers lost some track position. Well, some are right back into the mix, and one of them going to be on the outside 81 machine in 9th place. It's Max Service, who's going to be making the move forward. At one moment, fell all the way back to 18th, 19th position, now inside of the top 10.
Great job from them. This has definitely brought a lot of people back into the mix with these yellow flags. We got the field all stacked up once again. And here we go, another move being thrown from the bottom side there underneath the 18 of Daryl Young. It just has no help down there for that driver down there.
Yeah, that whole entire inside lane got right on top of one another through the trial vault, had to back out of it, lost all their momentum, and they got to rebuild up that momentum again. And it's just a continuous winding up and finding speed, but they are only stalling out to around fourth to third place, and then they fall back as Chris Ball going to be the driver that leads the way. But for how long as he cycles into the center, what they call the sucker hole, and almost contact, as we'll stay 3 wide, as they are getting a little bit too mixy for my liking. But hey, you got to take advantages when you can.
That they are, Sam, and was almost 4 wide there for a moment because we had ball in the middle and everything started to happen on the outside there, and it looks like they'll finally gather it up. And I think that was Adam Gardner right around that mix of things happening as somehow we stay green. His little car loose there again, the 80 machine, just showing you again the exits of these corners. It gets very, very free for these race cars and just wants to come spinning around.
Trying to get aggressive at this moment, and that's what they're doing. And some drivers, they have a handful underneath them. These vehicles are not feeling comfortable. And for some drivers, we talk about tire wear being a factor. Well, under this current pit stop, some drivers deciding to go with fuel only, so they're on still around, for some, 13-lap old tires, others on 30-plus old tires. And I think that's why we're starting to see the difference for some that look stable and others that are looking out of control.
Definitely, I agree, Sam. It's the imbalance there for some, and while others feel a little bit more stable, the other ones on the older tires are feeling and the effects of it is now. Look at the 42. Kevin has been super aggressive tonight. Look with his side draft. He wants to get up there and pull that car back off, but he's not got the help. Everybody's trying to leave him out to dry. I think that might be the play, Sam, to pull that outside line apart and pull apart that Harpoon Designs team. But look, Winker going to get sent to the inside, and now going to get sent to the back of this pack here, as Adam Gardner said, nope, you're getting put in the sucker hole.
Yeah, Adam Gardner just was not a fan of how aggressive the side drafting was looking, and instead will just abandon the 42. Now becoming the lead driver of the inside row, but was that too much of a brutal move, as these drivers are still stacked side by side, 3 wide, as Winker is still stuck in the middle, trying to find an opening to move up the outside or to the inside, but just, we're talking about that side drafting piece. I think the thing that kind of spooks these drivers on the inside row from trying to side draft is that exit. Is the fact that everyone's getting so loose and almost making contact even when they're giving it the most space that they can. It's kind of dangerous to try to make these big moves, as 42 is still stuck in the middle lane. He finally is able to move up to the top.
That he did. He finally got up there, but guess what? We got a battle for the lead, boys. It's the 56 here. Adam Gardner has now got alongside, and it's going to be time for Harpoon Designs to put in that work that they've done all race long. And as I say that, Sam, the massive run they had down the back straightaway just opens up the 3-car gap.
You see a chance of hope, and it almost is like it just kind of take a deep breath. Okay, here we go. And that deep breath kills all the momentum, and they are just not able to finish the job of making these passes. But a continuous just build up of speed, and it looks like the front stretch is where the inside lane has their strength. The back stretch is the outside lane, as they are side by side again, heading down into turn number 1.
Side by side here for the lead. We haven't seen this very much tonight. It looks like there was a wreck farther back in the field. Is the 80, I think, of Drew Cole, who got up into the outside wall, but we're going to stay green here. As you can see, them a little bit slow, and also the inside line once again dying out. It seems like down the back straightaway, that outside line just too powerful.
And it was going to be Drew Pearl who's going to be losing a lot of time, falling back. Same with a couple of other drivers that have lost the pack. So we're down to just 15 drivers that are attached to this lead group. And still, it's Roger Pierce holding strong. And the inside lane, they get to the middle of the tri-oval. They build up some momentum, but this go-around was not as strong as the last 2 laps. They'll have to settle for staying side by side for the 4th row. And it just, again, that building of momentum on the outside lane. When they exit out of 2, it seems to be a lot more of a stable run off the exit of 2 compared to the exit of 4. And that's why the outside lane, it just has so much more speed on the backstretch.
It really does seem to be that way, Sam. I completely agree. It seems like 4 definitely a little bit different, as we had another car up into the outside wall. I think it's Chris Ball, he's dropping back and losing time throughout the field as he actually completely disappeared there for a second. So don't know what happened to the 24 machine, but got up at that outside wall. And now look at this 3 wide. Who's coming up through the middle there?
Through the middle, make a run. Believe that's going to be the 38 who's been piling his way forward. And I'm looking at the incident for Ball before he kind of disconnected. He still disappeared. It looks very similar to the exact thing that happened to Austin Dixon, where he got on the outside wall and then just had ultimate internet issues that basically felt like he disconnected, trying to still connect back, but he's been gone for so long. I think Ball will have to reconnect and will go multiple laps down.
I think so too, Sam. I think that is a disconnect from him. So we'll wait for the pop-up notification here from the server to let us know if he did. But unfortunate for Ball there. That is not what you want to see happen to him. Is look at this. Gardner going to lead a lap here, folks. The 56 knows the head there to start finish line. But again, it's off a 4 that the inside can fight. It's off a 2 where that outside is just lights out.
Hey, that is, we talked about, those first 20, 50 laps, you're trying different runs. You're trying to still take in knowledge. That's what this whole entire race is going to amount to, as officially Chris Paul has been disconnected with the packet loss. But you're always learning for these races. Throughout the run, you're setting up for those last 5 laps. How do you set yourself up for the victory? And I think for Adam Gardner, he has found the formula. He knows what he needs to do, and he has to hope that everyone else follows to the plan once we get later in this race.
Definitely going to have to see how it plays out later in the race. And this is, like you said, it's the learning phase right now. This is what they need to know is, they come up on the lap traffic here. He's going to stay low. Can they squeeze by here, make 3 wide with the wrecking David Mayo? Or sorry, David Mayo, going around.
Oh, and hard contact for the 84 of Austin Dixon, and Dixon's race might be done with that hard collision as the second pack drives on by. And in an incident where drivers they were coming up to lap traffic, some drivers got spooked, and it went wrong.
It did, Sam. That was so quick to happen there. David Mayo going around there in the middle of 1 and 2, and yeah, it all started with the lapper there, the 80 a pole. And they're coming up to go by him, and I don't know if David Mayo was trying to get to the middle or not, but I think we're going to see some contact here.
Here is going to be netcode just right there. There's the spacing where the 08 gets spun around, and if netcode, basically each car has their own outer shell that you can see visibly, but in the internet world, it's kind of an invisible shell that can move around. There's been a lot of internet connection issues, and it looks like that outer shell might have phased off, and it got the 08 spun around.
Oh, such a tough break there, man. When you see those things happen, there's nothing you can do. That is racing online, folks. And there's really not much, even from the iRacing side of thing, they can do. It's gonna always be there when there's connections involved. And that's a factor of racing. We're going to see probably play out more than once tonight. It seems like these tracks are the ones that have it the most, Sam, just due to the variance of racing side by side, such close for so long periods.
Yeah, and just it's one, maybe, a blip in the internet just comes up, and you can have a moment like that happen. And the one driver that's happy about this yellow flag coming out, it's going to be Chris Ball, who's currently 3 laps down. There's a lot of drivers 3 laps down, but Ball is back out on track and going to be trying to fight to become one of the first drivers that's 3 laps down. And it's going to need a couple of more wrecks to get back into the mix, but feel bad for Austin Dixon, again, who had already used all their fast repairs. Hard damage for the 84, and they're going to now have to get a lot of that repairs done, but hopefully get enough repairs where he's still, in the fight, is able to stay in the draft. But it looks like not required damage. That's the big positive that you can take away for Dixon.
That's for sure. Definitely can take that away as a positive for sure, because using those 2 fast repairs already, if he had required, it might have been night over, especially being 3 laps down. But hopefully he can get it worked on, get it pretty fixed up, and not have to sit in there and lose any more laps. That's what's going to be the key for Austin. So we'll see how that works out. But pit road there, Adam Gardner leading them off, it seems like here, Sam.
It is, and it's fuel only for our top 5 drivers. Roger Pierce going to fall down to 6th. Same for Jonathan Smith down to 7th. And going to be seeing Young to 8th place, taking 4 tires for that group. So going to be seeing Mark Thrasher taking 4 tires, and trying to get that extra grip to work with while the rest of the field thinking about taking fuel only. And also, race admins giving the wave around to Chris Ball because of internet disconnection. Gonna get at least one of those laps back is the 24.
It's nice to see for Chris Paul there to get one of those back, and we'll see if he can get right back up into the mix here maybe later in this event. But yeah, the fuel only call there. Also, look at Asher Hansen. What? How did he get back up here to 10th? I mean second. At one point, he was parked into the inside wall with that wreck.
Yeah, he was parked in the inside wall for a quick second, did a couple of donuts, got back to rolling, and then just the timings of the yellows have worked out. Decided to go with fuel only call now for this run, and some of our more aggressive drivers going to be inside of our top 3. Excited to see what Kyle Linkfield's going to be also running here, because he was also caught up in that same wreck that we saw the 10 involved in, and getting to see what the 65 is going to have here, one of our bigger movers so far. And getting to see some new faces, kind of what the second half of the race brings out is everyone that's been patient for most of the race now going to be attacking here for this run.
Let's see how this shakes out. I'm interested just because, first off, we got Pierce back on, the fifth, or sorry, he's going to be restarting in the 5th position there. Even 6th. So he's going to be restarting there, along with, Daryl Young's farther back behind him, along with Jonathan Smith. So they've been split kind of up. Can the Harpoon design team continue to get meshed back together? That is going to be the thing, because I think if those 3 line up, they are going to be a tough group to beat for sure, just because they're that well coordinated. But now with the mix-up of where they're at, they're going to have a little bit more tougher time of getting these things to work possibly.
I mean, the big thing for the Harpoon guys is get all 3 or at least 2 connected, which they are currently with Daryl Young and Roger Pierce together. And they're going to have to find some open space. If we can find some open space to drop down low, they might be able to get a big enough run to make some big passes. And everyone else just have to hold tight and hope that everyone works together to hold back that crew, as we are officially in the second half of the Daytona 500, presented by that of Sleep Racing. As this league that you're watching is BMRL iRacing Series, traditionally known for running in the trucks, but decided during their winter break, hey, let's put on a Daytona 500 in the next gen car, and it's been a pleasure to have the coverage here on Freaky Fast Broadcasting. My name is Sam Dyer. With me is Zach Hall and Robert Moyer Jr. running production in the background. For just joining us, we've had a couple of big wrecks. A couple of drivers have used up all 2 of their fast repairs. But up front, it has been all of the Harpoon design drivers. This is the first restart where they're not in control. And here we go, back to green flag racing here at Daytona as they roar down into turn number 1.
Great start from the outside lane there. Is this going to be Lingerfeld pushing that 56 of Gardner? And we'll quickly see what does the Harpoon team design team look to do, because right now Jonathan Smith getting stuck on that bottom lane, dropping back, and it's going to be Roger Pierce pushing these drivers up. If him and Daryl can jump down here in front of this bottom line, this could be their opportunity.
I think they're still trying to figure out that momentum when they're going to drop down. They're building it up. It might be right here when they enter into turn 3. Use the momentum that they're building up, but the drivers that are around 10th place still side by side. At one moment, we're 3 wide, but everyone keeping it cordial for now. It looks like this is the time for the move to be made, but backing back in line. It just doesn't look like there's enough momentum just yet to move to the bottom lane.
It definitely seems that way, and these guys got to be careful. I watched Adam Gardner last time by through 3 and 4 flirt with disaster with that outside wall. You'll see these guys are going to get super close at some points, and all it takes is the wrong accordion effect to stack up, and you're going around by hitting that wall from the driver behind you to back you when you slow down from hitting it. So, got to stay focused here and just stay precise when you make this build. Definitely a little bit different feeling than outfield.
Absolutely. It's the Jurassic Park machine staying high, but here's the movement as the inside row going to be having to move and almost even get to the lead, but caution flag strikes. Trouble in the back half of the field as drivers are woeing up. And it looks to be drivers just get a little bit too sideways as the 2 of Hines goes around for a quick second, and yellow flag is thrown.
Just like that wreck happened really, really quickly, and somehow those drivers did a 360 spun, and it wasn't even as bad as what it could have been, man. That could have been a terrible wreck here to see Hines go around, and somehow he comes out pretty unscathed, Sam.
Yeah, I would say everyone else that was involved with it probably got more damage than what he grabbed. It's going to be going into turn number 3 as they build up with all this momentum and speed. The 2's going to back off. Jonathan Smith, though, dives to the bottom, hooks the 2, and away they go, performing a 360, contacting the 81, and then keeps straight. There goes our yellow flag as we're into the second half.
That was a wild little spin there to keep it straight like that for him. So, yeah, good job by Hines. And just aggressive racing there, going around. And that's Daytona for you there, guys. As that happened, Roger Pierce, I mean, he was momentary seconds away from taking the lead. If that caution timing would have been different, we could see Pierce out front.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun restart of watching the timing of where does Adam Gardner want to place himself to Roger Pierce. Do you line up with, an ally, or do you line up and split up the teammates? It's going to be the decision that's going to be made on this next restart as we will step aside for another commercial break. Thank you so much for joining with us here on Freaky Fast Broadcasting. We will be back for more Daytona action here as the Daytona 500 presented by Sleep Racing. We will be back in just a few moments for more racing action when we go green.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head to head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Masker can't defend. He's got the outside line for the second part, and he can't hold on.
Going the long way around. We're going to be 3 wide for the lead as they all come to the line. Who is going to take it in the end?
And here comes Lockwood. He's going to make the move to the outside. Quinn tries to force it off a little bit, but there he goes. It's going to be side by side through turn 1.
Will he be able to cover him off? He does. Weaving back to the left-hand side. Reynolds is trying everything. The kitchen sink is being thrown at it.
They're leaning on each other. Coming into turn number 3. It's going to be a drag race through 3 and 4. Coming back to the line. Here comes Frisch on the bottom. Richard's going to hold the inside. Tries to be the late breaker here. They're going to be side by side through the final chicane. They bang doors, but keep it clean.
As they're still 4 wide on the run down into the back straightaway. Demerit's looking for a line as well. What is going on in Michigan?
Novak into the fence. They're still beating and banging. And to the line.
He is much faster coming through there. Is there damage on Challenger? Abramitis is ahead. There's going to be a race to the line. Who is going to get it?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and it is getting frisky up front. Adam Gardner put on a huge block on the young 71 machine, but instead, not able to hold back Harpoon Designs. They are too strong, and they are back to the point, as well as carrying along that of Langfeld, who's going to be moving up to third place. My name is Sam Dyer. With me is Zach Hall. And Zach, oh, these big moves. I think their drivers are recognizing, hey, we got some fast repairs. Let's use some of them.
Yeah, we're in the second half of the race. If you ain't used one yet, get ready, because you might have to be using it soon there, as it is definitely getting way more aggressive. You've seen the moves from Pierce. You've seen the moves from Young. What a job by them, but look at Lingerfeld. He says, I'm not waiting no time. Oh, man, and a big side draft there going into the tri-oval. That could have been catastrophic for that 76, but luckily that number 65 lays off him. And then look who's back up here, Sam. It's the 9 of Tom Cisco.
Tom Cisco using up already his 2 fast repairs, but racing like he's got 2 in his back pocket. That 9 machine trying to make a big move, not able to do so, and instead he'll give up that 3rd position to Mark Thrasher. And the Thrasher, one of the drivers on our last time they came into pit road, that took 4 tires, now combining with Young and Pierce that did the same thing. And I think that's kind of what's assisting this outside lane a little bit more than the inside, is the fact that they've got that little bit of extra rubber that keeps them smoother in line. But we talked about, hey, where did they come from? Well, it's clogging up, and the inside lane looks to be making that big move again.
That it does. Everybody here stacking up right now, and with Thrasher, and also with Tim Asher Hansen and the 42 of Kevin Winker on the outside, I think you're going to see a big move from some point here. And they're trying to catch out, I think, these Harpoon guys. They're noticing that, hey, we cannot let them control this race. If we let him sit up here and control it, we're never going to have a hold of it. And look at the push that Cisco just got from Lingerfeld. They're going to the lead.
They are trusting in Lingerfeld, wanted to move up, not able to get in line just yet. We'll see if Cisco's going to be willing to block, as that 9 is just too far ahead. He's going to be caught by this field. The question is, will he move up to the top? He doesn't. He stays in line. I love this call with the 9. He's trusting the drivers that are behind him that he's going to get another major run to pull them along.
That he is. I love it too, Sam. This is some great racing. Some of the best we've seen all night here. So tight on each other's doors, trying to get the side draft. But again, the outside line off of 2 just has something different about it. It just seems to really hook up off of 2 compared to 4. And we'll see if the inside line can fight back. But look at this. Thrasher wasting no time, going to jump down there. Mark Thrash going to be on that inside lane leading the way.
Thrash has been the known driver to just push everyone as aggressively as you can, has been willing to move people, and oh no, driver into the grass. That's going to be the 19 machine through the tri-oval. We stay green, and somehow the field, again, giving each other space when they have time to allow spacing for one another when an incident happens. This field does a great job allowing everyone to get out of the way if it's necessary. It's those quick snapping wrecks where everyone gets caught up in it.
That's exactly right. That was an excellent job by everybody to really get woed up and get out the way.
Well,
there they go.
Now, talking about quick snapping wrecks, there it was, and they continue to mingle around. We stay green, but the admins will throw the yellow. Too many drivers involved in that one. In the backstretch, well, there wasn't enough spacing there for the field for that incident.
That was so unfortunate. I believe that after all that was happening, the 38 and the 65, they stayed hooked together, and their momentum just carried them back onto the racing surface in front of a pack of cars that really had nowhere to go. And some people just, obliterated with these guys. There's going to be some fast repairs used here for sure, Sam.
Oh, absolutely. And it's just, oh man, you hate to see this type of a wreck happen, but it's one of those, like I said, snapping incidents where just one bad clip and away they go. And there's going to be Cisco going off, but it's the comeback in front of the field that collects a few more drivers.
And then you see that final hit. I don't know what car that was, that the final hit, but it was a pretty heavy lick there, I believe, from them.
That was Austin Dixon that came in flying there late.
And somehow, I'm looking at his car. It somehow survived.
Well, no, it just clogged in.
Oh,
it just clogged in. Yeah, nope.
There it comes in the meatball. So never mind. Austin Dixon gonna be having to fix that up the old-fashioned way because he's out of fast repairs. So you can see that hit there, doing the car in for sure for now. But the one thing, looking at that, Sam, Lingerfelt there, I think he was following the car ahead of him. And this is something that you see happen a lot. You'll have that when it's the outside lane so dominant, you'll have that inside lane trying to pull up alongside on the back straightaway and almost side draft them. And then you'll have the car that's ahead of a car that's, side by side that is clear. They'll kind of drift left. And that car, if, naturally yourself, you kind of follow them to stay in that draft. But you got to also remember that car's down low. And unfortunately for Lingerfelt, he kind of just turned himself off the nose there of the car.
Well, speaking of turn off the nose, Tom Rowland, who's down in 27th position, they were coming into pit road. Pretty sure Rowland's supposed to wait till the next lap to come to pit road, but pulled into pit road and found himself spinning off the nose of the 2, Stephen Hines. So in pit road, even they're having a couple of moments happen. But for the field, I think they're recognizing, hey, it's getting to that point where like I said, some of these drivers still have 2 fast repairs in their back pocket and are willing to race like they've got everything still to give here this evening. We still got a lot of time to put down here tonight with 87 laps to go. But for this field, again, big pleasure to give you the coverage of this Daytona 500 ran by the BMRL Esports Racing Series. It's sponsored by Sleep Racing. Go check out Sleep Racing on Instagram, Facebook, and as well on YouTube. On YouTube, you can check out the behind the scenes on how the racing duo of father and son go-karting dirt racing team out of the Wisconsin area for the 206 Sportsman's class. They've been racing since 2010, and they continue to race even to today. And it's talking about father and son. Well, the father's out there on track, where we have Bill Sleep in the 64, currently in 11th position, as they try to hope to woo that 64 into victory lane. Gonna need a little bit of help, but may get that help if the drivers continue to race like we've been saying.
Anything is possible. You're on the lead lap on the white flag at Daytona. I think you got a shot. I mean, plain and simple. We don't know what's going to happen when that all comes down to the end. It's every man for himself pretty much when that white flag flies. And if you're on the lead lap, anything can happen, man. You could be back in 25th and win this thing. So you got to stay with it if you're these drivers. And right now, it looks like we got 22 cars on that lead lap. So looks like plenty of guys with a shot, and still 4 cars a lap down. So we could see some of those drivers look to get back on that lead lap and have a shot. And because some pretty good drivers there. Mark Thrash definitely will be one looking to come through.
Absolutely. I think Thrash is going to be trying to make his way through. Winker is up inside of the top 5. He's someone that we know is willing to make some big moves. I'm looking at the drivers deeper in the pack, though. Who would be willing to, that's on the lead lap, that can maybe spice things up? I think the driver that's in 20th in the 69 machine, Jeffrey Peppers, was a driver that was up front, that was putting on a show. We're trying to lead the inside row there early on in this race. Curious if the 69 is going to have figured out his path to get back up inside of the top 10 here tonight. Well, for us here at Freaky Fast Broadcasting, again, we were signed on for a one-off race here tonight, but if you want to check out more of our broadcasts we have on Freaky Fast Broadcasting, we have a show for you. If you're not tired of Daytona, we got a Daytona race previewing our new league that just hopped on board with us here at Freaky Fast Broadcasting. That's Doghouse Racing on Tuesday night. They're going to have their very own Daytona 300 that we're going to be covering. Then on Wednesdays, WSSR Cup Series. They're going to be giving us a great racing action at Kern County. New track with the Gen 4 car. Going to be an interesting combination to see how the drivers can survive there. And as well, Monday nights coming back, we're going to be seeing the ISRC Truck Series in February. Excited for all the racing coverage that we give you here on Freaky Fast Broadcasting. Pace car pulls into pit road, and we enter the restart zone. Daytona 500 is back underway here tonight with Chris Mayo leading the jump, as well as Baker on the outside.
Great start there from the inside lane. We'll see the push that Darrell Young was able to give Mayo. Will it get him going, or will this hurt the Harpoon Designs teammates there from getting locked up together? This is going to be a huge task to get lined up now. As even Jonathan Smith, he's back up in the mix. At one point, he was outside the top 10.
was out one moment, but these timings of these yellows have worked out, as well as pitch strategies to allow drivers to get back into the mix. And I think Chris Mayo kind of continue to lead, don't allow the 71 to get back in line, is actually going to help break up the Harpoon Design drivers for a quick moment. Will you stay patient? Adam Gardner being the driver that's kind of holding back the waiting in the wings, Jonathan Smith, from connecting back with the 76. And instead, it's Baker leading the charge and leading a lap for himself under green.
Good job from Jake Baker there to lead that lap, and he's going to have some fast drivers behind him. Roger Pierce know he wants to get back out front and control this race like he's done for majority of it, but he's also looking for that teammate of his that's stuck on that bottom side behind the 30 of Chris Mayo, and there's a lot of movement going down there, Sam. I'm telling you what, this is looking a little bit dicey there.
It certainly is, and we talked on the fact of weather. How's the weather and the track temp going to influence this race? Would it help out the inside row? And I think in some ways it's helping. Others might be hurting. That extra grip, you're driving a little bit faster, which means the tire wear could be actually getting a little bit more abrasive because we're driving so much faster through the corners. So these drivers might be sort of handling drift away slightly quicker for themselves, as Chris Mayo's getting a huge shunt by that Young, but we're seeing the split up, and Gardner doesn't want to be the defensive buffer between the 76 and the 25. Instead, he'll lock in, and lap traffic gets in the way, and there they go, a wreck, and Austin Dixon wiping out the field.
Oh no, that right there is not what you want to see there, folks. Is tough break for a few of these guys, and I think Dixon was just coming off a pit road. You gotta look in your mirror there and not pull up onto the racetrack at 154 mile an hour. I mean, he just Kevin LePaged him.
Yeah, I mean, simply just pulled up, and for Gardner was able to get out of the way, but from the fifth row on back, they were not, and a lot of drivers caught up in a mess that they should not have been involved with. The driver that takes the hardest beating is going to be Christian Angel in the 51, and Angel, who was one lap down, had already used a fast repair, going to have to use another one here tonight. See the 51 just in the back of the field. There's no way you could predict that you're going to see a lap car pull from pit road on the off-axis road from the apron right in front of the field. And at this point, the 51 sees some drivers scatter, curious on what's going on, and then Dixon gets sent right back up the field, and there's nowhere to go.
Definitely nowhere to go, Sam. Yeah. I don't know what anybody could have done there other than maybe just seen the future, because they were not expecting that. The only thing I can assume is Austin Dixon just didn't see that the pack was right there, and that's something you got to do. We got relative boxes that tell you the gaps, so unfortunate there. Austin Dixon's been having a pretty rough race, but that just kind of adds a little bit of an exclamation point onto the rough part.
Yeah, and I think it also could be a little bit of that inexperience. Dixon, looking at iRating, I know it's one of the ways that we rank drivers, and Austin Dixon is lower in iRating in this race. Just a lack of awareness. It collects a lot of drivers in the mix, but again, it's Christian Angel that gets the worst of it, as going to be required damage for the 51. Other drivers, though, able to come to pit road, get some service done, and for those that decided to stay out, for Chris Mayo and a few others, this caution works out perfectly. You're able to come to pit road. You're not as off sequence as the rest of the field, and with 80 laps to go, we are able to resync and get ourselves prepared for some more racing action. And Zach, I know with all the new series that have attached back with us, with new series, Bass series, I'm excited for this new year here on Freaky Fast Broadcasting.
I 1000% agree, Sam. I tell you what, I think good things in the year 2024 for Freaky Fast. As everybody can see, I mean, we've upgraded a lot of our things here, and we're only going to continue to do that. And also new leagues, and it's good to have also leagues coming back that we weren't sure if, was going to be the continuation of. So great to see ISRC come back. We really love that. It's definitely, we've done that league since the beginning of its inception. So it definitely would have felt wrong if we weren't continuing to do that. And then Doghouse, I mean, that is going to be super, super fun to watch, man. I cannot wait, Sam. I tell you what, I've been out of the booth for such a long time that I've got it itching to get it done. And tonight's definitely got me a little bit more ready for that experience. So I can't wait, man, and I think we're gonna have a blast calling again some more action and just learning the new faces and new names. I mean, I think that's the one thing we try to do the best at Freaky Fast is we try to get to know the drivers. We try to know every little thing about them, and that's one thing I can't wait to do with another new group.
Yeah, Doghouse Racing. They're going to be, again, we have their kind of preview, their fundraising for the year race, which is going to be on Tuesday night with myself and Trevor Earhart up in the booth for that race. But Zach and I will be in the booth once the Clash, which will be January 25th on Thursday night. And then from there, we will head into the duels on the 1st of February, and then the start of the official season will be February 8th, which also in February, Monday night ISRC Truck Series starts up. And if you want to see a season that's already underway, WSSR on Wednesday nights is where you can find all the action here on Freaky Fast Broadcasting. Again, it's been a pleasure to give you the coverage of the BMRL iRacing series here tonight. A new league, like we said, new faces that we're going to be covering in other of our regular league races that we'll cover here on Freaky Fast Broadcasting. But tonight, a lot of new faces as well for us that we have not ever covered before, and it's been great to see new drivers, some that have been looking pretty dominant, such as the Roger Pierce, Jonathan Smith, and Daryl Young trio, but everyone else seeing how they've tread mesh at a super speedway race where for some they like to say there's no skill involved. Well, I think tonight's proven them wrong. There is skill to be shown at super speedway racing.
No doubt, Sam. I think, especially in this car, it has a lot of nuance to it. Like, you got the side draft that is so powerful. And I think, in my opinion, too, the way the bump drafting works is you can tandem draft. You can really lock bumpers with someone, but you have to have a confident person to do that. Like, if you have someone who is not feeling confident doing that, it's going to end up bad. It's just not going to go well. You got to also have the leader who's going to be nice and smooth. So this car, especially in the draft, in my opinion, it might be up there as one of the top, skill gap cars when it comes to the drafting side of things. Just because, again, you could do so many different little things. And tonight we've got to see a lot of them. But I think in these final 80, we're going to see even more.
As the driver's ready to ramp it back up to full song, pace car pulls it into pit road, into the restart zone, and we are back to green flag action. Also, update on Austin Dixon has disconnected due to packet loss. We'll see if the 84 can get back out on track, but they got a lot of repairs to get done before then. But up front, it's going to be Pierce, Young in line and to the high side with their friend Jonathan Smith. And Winker going to be, oh no, spinning Smith. Smith backs up into the front of the field and hard collision. And another big one strikes before he can even exit at turn 2.
This second half, Sam, turned into a little bit of a mayhem here, man. That was, you had something happen farther back too. And then, like you said, Winker just kind of going up the side draft. And, man, it just got right into the door of the 72. And from there, Jonathan Smith's the innocent bystander, and it's just people coming that cannot miss this. I mean, we'll see right here on this replay, but the 42 getting into the corner, you see already a little high, but it's going to come up here and just get even closer to the door of the 72. And I'm not sure if we got a little bit of net code here. We might have got a little tiny bit, but that contact might have been made regardless if that didn't happen.
Yeah, I think the 42, that black seam line, that's kind of the divider of the top side to the inside row. And there was slight net code involved with this wreck, but the 42 also kind of went over that black seam. That's kind of what I think really didn't help that incident, which then, like you said, send it to the rest of the field. Jonathan Smith gets collected into more drivers, and some drivers were trying to back up and slow down, and it just was not possible.
Super unfortunate there. You see, yeah, it was just a tiny bit of net code. And again, I think that contact would have been made regardless, but you can see there trying to get through. I'm unsure who that pink car is, but major nose damage on them. Huge hit there to the nose right there. And Jonathan Smith he's probably more than likely going to be taking his fast repair there. This has been calamity here out of turn 2.
as other drivers try to get their way through that mess. Damage is a-flowing as we are closing in to 75 laps to go here tonight. I had a couple of quick cautions, and for us in the booth, we're going to step aside quick here. Give ourselves a break up in the booth. It's been a long race. Thanks for being a part of the journey with us here on Freaky Fast Broadcasting as you're watching the Daytona 500, sponsored by Sleep Racing for the BMRL iRacing Series. We'll be right back in a few moments.
They're 5 wide behind her pit. Oh my, the 5 wide here. This ain't gonna work. They make it last. Bumping and banging to the end. They're beating banging for the lead. Sora still with the shot here, coming off a 4. Look at it. That's it.
It's bottom line, here it comes.
I know Carter gets run. It's gonna be that Nick Crawford. The 74 gets through somehow, and they just completely demolish one another.
Trying to dive it down low, drifting up, trying to be the stealer. Here he comes, Cedric Hunter. He does it. He steals it. But he somehow drove it into the corner to wreck it.
Oh, they wrecked! They wrecked each other. The top two bounced into one another. Just too much of side drifting off of, and they got to be careful. Oh no! The 4 demolishes in the 28. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Freaky Fast Broadcasting as we're getting ready to go back to green flag action. Chris Ball is back out on track, trying to get one of his laps back, as that was the driver that was going through the grass and on the apron. But drivers up front, it has been all Roger Pierce and that of Daryl Young dominating up front with their teammate of Jonathan Smith. But Smith caught up in that last incident. We'll see if that 25 can march his way back forward. But the rest of the field prepared and ready to get back to green flag racing, and so are we. Welcome to Freaky Fast Broadcasting. My name is Sam Dyer. With me up in the booth is Zach Hall, as well with Robert Moyer Jr. We are coming up to 75 laps to go for the Daytona 500. Who's going to get the win? Well, let's find out as the pace car to pit road into the restart zone, and we are green here tonight.
Great start from that bottom lane. Look, gonna jump immediately up to the top is Roger Pierce. Right in front of that good old tried and true 18. That 76 and 18, I tell you what, there ain't been a better combination out there, and there's a reason why they're always timing these yellows to get together.
And for these drivers that are on the inside row, they're trying to build up some speed. The 42 is still side drafting aggressively, and you know what? These drivers are so close to one another. Let's get a sense of what it's like with the rumbles here at Daytona as they're going 3 wide. Let's crank it up here on Freaky Fast. Back, ladies and gentlemen, and it is getting chaotic up front as Bill Sleep almost was able to get himself up front. A little slight bad bump from the 9 as everyone was jostling into one another. Oh no, but there's contact, there's a wreck, and there we go, into the wall, and there's the spin. Yellow flag is out for another caution here tonight as more drivers almost making contact. Aftermath, but I mean, Zach, they were looking good, but then it went all wrong in the backstretch.
Quickly went wrong there for sure, Sam. Yeah, it looks like that was Kevin Winker there on the back straightaway involved in this one. And I think it was him and, yeah, I believe it was David Mayo, right? Yeah, so David Mayo and Kevin Winker. Winker makes the aggressive move right here down the back straight. Look at this, jumps to the middle, and when he does, they make contact. And from there, the 42 goes around with him stuck on the nose of the 08 and a few others coming here to catch a little piece of this later. As you'll see here, as the 42 gets spun off the nose, you're going to see, boom, big hit there to that red car. that was a heavy hit there. I think the 42 might have some good suspension damage with that.
Yeah, and I was looking at it a little bit deeper on that incident. It looked like there was some net code that initially, when they got attached to one another, that sent into the outside wall on the backstretch. That's kind of what happened here. The big run and move, just net code at that moment, and then they're just attached. But we're gonna ride on board with the 19 who made the late contact, seen everyone else, and just slams into Winker. And you know, we talked about visibility right there. Not a lot of smoke which popped up, so the indications that you look for to I need to slow down, maybe not there for the 19 to make him feel like he needed to slow down until the contact was made.
It did seem like the visibility was very low there, and like you said, some of these wrecks don't put off a lot of smoke, and you can't really see it happening. So unfortunate for the 19 to come in there and get that hit, but really, even looking at his nose, it's damaged, but much less than what I would have thought. So that's definitely impressive to see that these next-gen cars are still somewhat of a pretty tough machine. But it looks like we had some mixed bags here, Sam. Looks like some strategy playing out here. It looks like Max Service in 81, first time seeing him all night up front.
Yeah, Max Service also going to be seeing Joshua Landfox going to be out there. Lingerfeld's going to be in third as well, staying out. Going to be our top 7. Going to be deciding, hey, let's stay out, let's change up, you know, our stint here. A couple of drivers have been out there a little bit longer. Max Service been out there for 17 laps since the last time he came into pit road to top off on fuel. I'm surprised to see that the 81 decided to stay out when you've been out that long. I mean, there's no one else on a similar strategy as the 81, but hey, sometimes you want to test your fate up front when you've been in the middle and the back where all the wrecks have been happening.
I completely agree. The safest place is definitely out front. So if you're Max, you're Joshua, Kyle here, this top three, I like to stay out position here from them. I mean, yes, you're 17 laps instant if you're Max Service. So fuel-wise, you're looking probably about 15 laps away from making another pit stop, maybe a 17. So it's gonna be tough. And you can see here, this is the pit strategies that you can see on the graphic down there below, showing the differences between our top two there. As you can see, Joshua Lane Fox pitted a little bit after. He's on 11 lap stint compared to that 17 laps that Max is on, and that could be the difference between the caution coming out before you had to get the pit road or not.
Yeah, I love the fact that we have these graphics to work with. I know Robert Moore Jr. is enjoying himself, having new toys to show off for you and the audience, to kind of give you a lot more visuals of what we kind of see on our end on when we're talking about, hey, these drivers have been out there for this long. They've been dealing with, this tire wear to compare to that, and graphics like that, seeing when drivers went into pit road, really help give you a better picture of how these drivers are setting up for this last dash. And Zach, I mean, we're getting to that point where drivers might be thinking about, hey, when would I think about making that final pit stop if hypothetically that last wreck happened at this point or another point of this race?
That last pit stop is definitely got to be in the minds of them, a number at least. They got to know how far they can go on their thing, and as you can see also there on the top left for our graphic here, you can see the stick counter. So 18 laps there, 12 laps of course from our top two there. So definitely long in the distance for them, but I think, Sam, personally, coming down to the end of this race, 170 is going to be around that mark. If you can see people spitting around 30 to go, I think that's when things will start to get real busy with pit road if you can hit that margin.
Also, drivers got to be thinking about, we do have 3 green-white checkers if needed, if we get a late caution with 4 or less laps to go at the end of this race. So drivers, we've been seeing these cautions ballooning out recently since we crossed over to the second half of this race, but hey, they might be able to clean it up. We may not need to use overtime attempts as we get ourselves prepared to get back to green flag racing. It's Max Service going to be your lead driver, the 81 on the outside. Joshua Landfox going to be in second place on the inner groove for the 22. And everyone else waits for the restart as they exit at turn number 4. Thank you again for joining with us here on Freaky Fast Broadcasting for the Daytona 500, presented by BMRL iRacing Series. Pace car into pit road. They're starting to stack up, and that means it's go time into the restart zone. We are green here this evening.
Great start here up front, and we'll see what the 81 does. Looks like he's going to duck down immediately in front of the 22 to hold this bottom with Lingerfeld. They're in the third position. Lingerfeld going to jump up to the outside. That's 65. He's been aggressive all night with his moves. He's going to continue to do that here. Now maybe going to cut back low after going up high.
Lingerfeld thought he had a chance to make some of these bigger moves, not able to do so, and instead, Max Service is going to be following with Landfox on which position they want to be leaning into, and I think they've got a lot of good knowledge on where they want to be. Leading now the inside row, it's going to be seen Roger Pierce, who's looking for some allies to work with. He's going to have the 10 and the 11. Two drivers have been very aggressive, but having handling issues here tonight, trying to march this inside groove as quickly as they can. But when you have a strong leader that can stay smooth and it's easy to push them, you can make a lane work, and that's exactly what the inside row is doing.
Definitely are, man. Look at this run they have coming forward here. That 76 has got a good shove from the 10, and that's going to allow him to pull alongside Max Service for the lead. And no longer the 76 of Roger Pierce. I mean, this guy is literally all night. Pull up, and that's going to be a big move.
Not wasting a moment to get in front of Service. And no, drivers are wrecking into the grass as the 14. They get spun around. We stay green as Roger Pierce takes the top point. and Brett Vision going to be finding himself. Vision's going to be now backing up into the field, trying to bring out a yellow flag. It's the 14. No one's oncoming, so we stay green as the field's on the front stretch going through the tri-oval. They stay single file up front, but this is what happened on the back stretch to get the 14 out of shape, just bobbing and weaving. It looked to be just a bad move as they were 3 wide, clip neck go to the 14 went spinning around.
Just like that. That's how fast that can happen as the racing gets that wild, and up front, it's getting wild once again as Pierce, I don't know how he's done it, but he just has the knack for getting to the lead tonight. It just seemed to be his best ability, and don't look too far. That bottom side, I think they're going to be having a good head of steam too, because that 18 is pushing the 10.
It is a go time right now as we're seeing the likes of some of these drivers that are just mounting with a large amount of speed. And it's going to be how can Young get himself up front, really making the aggressive push on Asher Hansen. He's been having a handful just driving on his own, let alone having to drive a run on that back bumper on the inside lane. And I'm getting nervous with how much Young is pushing. And there we go, the big move. Going to go to the inside, not wanting to wait for Asher anymore. And a lot of drivers just not trusting the 10 machine to be the lead driver anymore, it seems like, since the beginning of the race.
Yeah, I think so too. It seems to be like people are leaving them out to dry. They're just saying, nope, we don't want you to be in here, so they're leaving you. And that's sometimes that happens. It just seems like people don't want to work with you. And that's definitely caused a few things here. Is now see. It's going to be interesting to see who can get themselves back up here into the mix to work with that 76, because you got Daryl Young all the way back to 12th. Jonathan Smith, he's in 7th, so those two are a little bit separated themselves from each other, but Roger Pierce doing exactly what he's done all night and lead the way.
And this inside row is not looking very kind. It's just been a lot of betrayals that have happened one another on. Hey, I'll give you a push. We'll give you about 2 to 3 laps. If we don't catch the lead, top 2, I'm ditching you, and I'm going to try to be that lead driver and give it my chance to try to get moving forward. They've got to be careful, as right now it's Drew, Al, 80, and Kevin Manapace going to be working together on that inside row, but on the outside row, still, Roger Pierce, max service. I mean, you got to give credit to the 81. That had to be such a scary, weird situation for himself when he saw Pierce just slide up as quickly as he did in front of the 81 machine with barely any space to do so, and able to be where they're at right now. You gotta love the fact that they're still running straight.
That you really do, Sam. I tell you what, this is crazy to see how they've kept it straight with some of these wild moves, but they've done a great job here. Is now the inside lane starting to make a little headway, and that's going to be the 11 of Kevin Manapiece there on that bottom line, getting pushed by the 80 of Drew Prohl. And I tell you what, they've done a good job to get to where they're at, but it just always stalls out. It seems like around the 3rd and 2nd place car. It's just tough to get to that lead.
It really is. You need to have more drivers, a lot more compact with one another. That's what the draft is always looking for, is if you have more drivers in line and as well closer to one another, it allows you to go faster. Exactly. That's kind of been the big difference, is when we have these groups on the outside, they're able to keep their momentum, they're giving space to one another. This one, the inside row is a lot more compact, but they are making those big surges to the front.
Yeah, it does seem to be that way for sure. You just can't get the run. It just seems like over time, the best times to do it is right at the beginning of the restart from what I've seen. If you don't get it done after that, it's been very, very tough for that bottom lane to really equivalent anything here for the top side, especially when the numbers. I mean, look at the difference in numbers. You got so many more cars stacked up top. That is just going to be a factor that the inside line has been fighting all night long, because guys will jump down there and then they'll ride for a few laps, notice that they're losing some spots, they see an opening up top, and they're going to bail out after that point because they feel like it's just a losing battle.
I've been just keeping my eye out on Daryl Young, how he's been trying to move forward, and it just looks to be a losing battle on as he's trying to do so. And a lot of these drivers, I think they're recognizing, hey, Harpoon, if all 3 drivers are in line, they are a dominant force. We have to not work with them. And just, if one of them falls too far back, just let them stay there and we'll try to move forward as a pack and a group, and it's been working out great. As you see here, the driver that's leading inside lanes, Kevin, trying his best in the 11 machine. We've got to be careful with the drivers that are inside the inside row. A lot of the drivers that are from 5th back to around 12th all have used their fast repairs already. If they get caught up in a big wreck, they could be sitting in pit road for a long time.
That they really could, man. This this right here is getting dicey, and these guys are doing a good job of putting the laps in, and I'm starting to just think about strategy now more than anything. Is, right now the leader, Roger Pierce, he's out there on 10 laps of starting his 11th lap of this run, so he can probably go another 20 laps, and that only gets you to 162, Sam, and that's not going to be close enough in my book to get to the end of this race on that stop. That's where it kind of puts an interesting, puzzle into this race. When do you want to stop, and do you catch the caution before you stop? Because we know how this place is. It's like a road course where you can pit under green flag situations and stay on the lead lap. So sometimes you can jump the field due to that. I'm interested to see if some of these drivers who are on, 28 laps, such as Max Service, when will he have to come down? I know we've had a ton of cautions, but he at least, I'd say, have to come down here in the next 5 to 10 at least.
Well, Max Service pushing the 76 further up ahead, really using up that fuel, and I think it's necessary. Give some more spacing. Middle pack, 3rd, back to around 15th. Really got claustrophobic through the trial bull. They were just so crammed. Packed like a bunch of sardines for a quick second there. I thought someone was going to make a mistake. Luckily, we held it together. But this field's getting a little bit too reckless at moments. But at this moment, we're hearing over the radio, drivers are hoping to have Chris Mayo get down on the apron. He's not going to be able to do so. We got to squeeze once again to get by a lap car, and it looks like we'll survive this go around. But on the exit of turn 4, Mayo goes to the apron, and we survive off the exit of 4.
Wow. Like you said, they survived. That is pretty much all they're doing right now, is just trying to survive to the end of this race and get to the point that they want to start making their moves that position them well. And look at this. Oh, Lingerfeld jumped down to the bottom. He covered it off and face pushed him up the racetrack. And now Lingerfeld, he luckily finds a hole to jump in a gap. That could have been detrimental for that 65 and a huge loss of track position, but he luckily finds that gap.
Those hesitation moves where you think you're going to go one way, then you duck back to where you just were originally were, those big moves can be costly. We've seen them backfire earlier in the race, and right now, the field is recognizing it. You might have to make a big move if you want to move forward, and that's exactly what we're seeing for the Dunkin' Donuts 53 machine. He went down low, but he tried to come back up, and it backfired, and more drivers collected, and yellow flag is out.
And there you go. That is the yellow that Max Service wanted to see up front, because he was going to pit soon. But yeah, that right there all started right before the trial, Sam. It was the 22 of Joshua Land Fox getting up into the outside wall before that trial, and it kind of allowed the car right behind him, which was Daniel the 53, as he tried to get to the inside and then tried to cover back up again outside. Lingerfeld was already there, and trying to fit a car in a gap that's just not there. It's not going to work for the Dunkin' Donuts machine.
It just is not. And collecting multiple drivers involved in this one. It's going to be the 11 required damage. We had already used their 2 fast repairs. They'll be in pit road for a while. Asher Hansen also will be in pit road, and Kyle Lingerfeld into pit road to get service done. And just see the clip back up into the field. And away they go. And even more drivers collected going up into turn number 1 were drivers that were collected in that mess. And 2 major separate incidences, and just like that, we're going to find ourselves under another caution flag.
That we are, and this will make the strategy, I think, a little bit more cut and dry for us here. As this caution is right around lap 146, folks. So right from this point, if they pit, they will definitely be able to get to that 170 mark that I was talking about. They'll be able to go a couple laps past, build some room for maybe having that fuel in case we have green-white checkers later in this event. So we'll see what the strategy is, but I think all drivers here are going to be coming down and putting as much fuel in that car as possible, because they know now from here on out it will be a one-stop race to the end of the checker flag.
And this is going to be an interesting pit stop because we've seen a lot of drivers on where they're going to be placing themselves here on this run, but I'm curious on who's going to take tires, who's not going to take tires, because we've seen that be a big switch up on where you're being placed. I think for Roger Pierce, curious on if he's going to be taking tires or not. We were not able to keep track of who has tires or not. That's information that we are not able to be given on our side, but I know for some, they are trying to save that last set maybe for the final pit stop, so they got the most grip to work with. But Roger Pierce is going to be taking tires, and a good cluster of drivers just taking fuel only, as that going to be 76, dropping back again to outside of the top 5.
Well, we've seen him do it multiple times, Sam. I don't put it past him to get right back there. I mean, he's just had the knack for finding the right holes and the right gaps, picking and choosing his moments. Nobody's just been better than him tonight when it comes to that. So Roger might have lost track position in the grand scheme of things, but I'd expect him to be right there battling once again for the lead here in the next few laps. And I'd say the most questionable thing is Jeffrey Peppers staying out here. That is a little bit questionable for me, Sam. I understand he's probably trying to get some track position. If he gets a few cautions, it could play out well still for him. But man, oh man, I just think you got to pit there knowing that it'll be a one-stop from here on out.
Yeah, I mean, you might be trying to go with a max service type of a move, and it worked out for the 81 machine to move up inside of our top 10. Might as well give it a chance if you can go for it, as the field is waiting for the one to go marker here. Thank you so much for joining with us here on Freaky Fast Broadcasting. We're proud to be giving you the coverage of the BMRL iRacing Series as they're having their Daytona 500 here during their winter break, as the BMRL usually find themselves running in the truck series as they're having their A seasons. It's technically their second season that they're running. They'll be back later on tomorrow night as they head to Texas Motor Speedway for their race, where you can find all their racing action at BMRL as a network as they're getting themselves prepared. It was a fun, I'm happy that we got attached to this, Zach. It's been a fun race to cover, watching a new series, getting to see new faces on iRacing, because, some of these drivers, you never know. We've seen it on a lot of other series that we cover. Some of these drivers could develop into becoming faster drivers that we may see in other leagues that we cover on Freaky Fast Broadcasting.
No doubt. I tell you what, it's that's my favorite thing about doing different leagues with Freaky Fast and stuff, is you kind of get to see the melting pot of drivers that come together from different leagues, and you learn new people, man. I mean, it's an eye-opening thing. I mean, if you folks are tuning in who have never checked out the leagues that we have, I highly recommend it. They are top tier, and it puts on some great shows. And I mean, you got drivers. I mean, we have all types of skill range, in my opinion, when it comes to Freaky Fast's range. We've got drivers who've been pros. We've got drivers who maybe one day will aspire to be pros, and maybe drivers who are just starting out. It's all throughout the whole range, and that's what we get to see with the leagues that we have to broadcast. And couldn't have been a better one to do tonight here, as Daytona has put on a show. These guys have been wild, and they definitely haven't disappointed from our point.
Oh, absolutely. And if you want to check out more from us here at Freaky Fast Broadcasting, we got some great videos that you also can check out. We talked about how we're bringing back the ISRC Truck Series. They were on quite a long hiatus. They'll be back in February, but we also have a series called The Long Run. If you want to check out some of the drivers that expecting to come back for Season 6, seeing some of the behind the scenes from past seasons on getting to know the drivers. So if you are done with tonight, but you still want to learn maybe about future broadcasts of Freaky Fast does, hey, check out some of our videos that we've made. As the pace car pulls into pit road, it's time to get back to green flag racing, as it's going to be seeing Jeffrey Peppers up front, as well as seeing the Dunkin' Donuts machine of the 53 of Daniels on the outside. But all eyes got to be looming on those Harpoon design machines. How are they going to get back up front where they've been dominating all night long?
It's going to be fun to see how they can do it, Sam. I mean, we've seen it happen quickly, But right here, oh, looks like some connection issues for our leader up front. That's not what you want to see, him blinking out and disappearing. Now, look at this. The Dunkin' Donuts machine is leading after just a recent wreck.
Hey, the timings work out sometimes. You just gotta use their fast repair, top off on fuel, and get back out front. Hope the best. Have used up their top 2 drivers currently, the 53 and the 80 machine. Both have used up their fast repairs. The rest of the field, how do they get by the 2 drivers that lead this race? And the lead Harpoon Designs driver right now is Jonathan Smith right now. And he'll drop to the bottom, gonna find his teammate, and watch out, the dynamic duo are back at it again.
That they are, man. They're back together, and we'll see how they can they work here together. So, I mean, they've lost their partner, Daryl Young. He's somewhere back in the mix at around 12th. We'll see if he can get up here with them. But the Harpoon Design team is at least back 2 of 3 here in power, and they're doing a great job. Look at the push from the 76. We haven't seen him have to push too much tonight. But oh, Winker right there on the back bumper. This is going to get close on the exit here, guys.
And Winker wanted to move up to the outside lane sooner and hope to get to the outside quarter panel of Pierce. Wasn't able to do so. Pierce did a great job keeping his nose in line with Smith, not to spin him, but also his rear bumper close enough to defend. Big dive down, though, from the 80 machine. Drew Prowl, who is going to be making a dive bomb move. Also going to be seeing Christian Angel, who at one moment was caught up in a massive wreck. These fast repairs keeping these drivers in the mix as they're trying to make the push forward. And for some, they're realizing it is go time with 50 laps to go here tonight.
Daytona clicking away in the wrecking like that. David Mayo goes around, and big one here ensues on lap 151, Sam.
The drivers are still piling in even after the fact, and oh man, this is tough to see for some of these drivers here this evening, as they're going to be, that's practically everyone that was involved in that shot as they're slowly coasting across the tri-oval.
Yeah, that was also my mistake on that call there. That was Adam Gardner, I believe. Adam Gardner, definitely the one involved in this, not David Mayo there. As you can see, and gets turned around, I believe, off the nut bumper of that 80 machine. Oh, Mark Thrash. Huge hit. There's some neck code right there. It gets involved in it. But one of these hits later is gigantic, guys.
And they just continue to drive on, and then Young and also Hansen they were having their own fight between one another. I think some of these drivers, because of having fast repairs, a little bit at times, I know it's not on purpose, but from a visual point of view, it looks like, hey, I'm going to give a little bit more of a tap to this person than others. You're watching these replays back on these incidences. And I think for some drivers, getting a little bit antsy, knowing that we're getting later and later into the race. These passes are hard to make later on, and they are trying every little bit to get this track position. But with everyone coming in the pits this last go-around, it's going to be actually the 69 of Jeffrey Pepper that's going to have the chance to come into pit road that needed to come in, but didn't hit that number we were needing these drivers to get to, so they still have to wait until we get to that lap 170 marker.
Yeah, still a little ways out from making it to the end of this race, but definitely smart for Peppers, I think, to come down. Last one was a little bit of a rash decision, but hey, he called a caution. It didn't make him lose out too much. He'll be on the lead lap. Just have to make up some time here, but yeah, definitely getting down to that crunch time, Sam. It's 50 to go now. Like, this is definitely the point where, it's going to break loose here. It's going to be very much a scene of everybody going for it here in the last few moments. And when that happens, you get people a little bit desperate, and there's going to be some moves that don't work, and there are going to be some major wrecks, because we still have 19 cars on the lead lap, and we still have at least 25 cars out on track making laps.
Trying to make laps, and also some drivers having some unfortunate moments happen, it looks like. We were talking about the 53 of Daniels, the Dunkin' Donuts machine, has pulled it into pit road and then just kind of disappeared and is disconnected, will no longer be able to continue racing on. You hate to see that for a driver that was up front and had used all their fast repairs, but the time in this yellow does not work out for them to continue racing, which now will leave us with a total of, I believe, 17 drivers on the lead lap when we go green again.
It's going to be definitely a crapshoot here, folks. So you ain't going to want to tune away from these last 50 laps. It's going to be pretty much everything we've seen in the first 150, but just compiled into 50 laps. You're going to have a lot more aggression, a lot more bigger pushes. The blocks are going to come out. The lane switching is just going to be all over the place. And if you ain't figured out who you want to work with yet, you better figure it out here, I'd say, in the next 10 to 15, because if you don't, you may be not having much help when it comes down to the end of this thing, Sam.
Yeah, and one of the drivers I'm keeping my eye on is the 42 of Kevin Winker, because Kevin has been willing to side draft just on top of one another with other drivers at all times. And this 42 still has a fast speed to work with. Wouldn't be surprised if it gets a little bit too close. We've seen some netcode wrecks where drivers are just so close to one another that just internet makes them wreck into one another. We'll be seeing another one of those wrecks if drivers are not careful enough and aren't giving each other plenty of space to work with.
Yep, this is going to come down to how much do you want to risk right now. I mean, if you got multiple fast repairs in your back pocket, you're going to probably risk a ton right here. I mean, I think you made a good call with the 42 being the one to watch out for. He's made aggressive moves all night long. And he's been kind of the one that I feel like has been trying the hardest to break up this Harpoon Designs group up front. You know, he's been side drafting, really trying to do any little thing, jump to their outside. And we'll see what he's got here. I mean, he's going to have to work against two teammates right here together. But if he can find someone to work together, like such as a Kyle Lingelfeller, who's also been very aggressive, and Christian Angel, we could see it work very well for us.
How do you want to position yourself here late as we're in the final quarter of tonight's race? A couple of these drivers, crazy enough to say, still have not used a fast repair. One of those being Joshua Lane Fox in the 22, who's only back in 10th position. And then the driver that's been the dominator for tonight, Roger Pierce, the other driver that has not used their fast repair. Everyone else has used at least one. A lot of the field have used two of their fast repairs so far here tonight. So we get ourselves prepared to get back to green flag racing for the Daytona 500, sponsored by Sleep Racing, as the league of the BMRL e-racing series is back underway. Jonathan Smith hits the great run, and he waits for his teammate to catch up to that rear bumper. Roger Pierce is there, and there they go down into turn number one.
Great job there aligning that up as the teammates. But look at this. Look at the gap they have. It's about a full car and a half width to that 42. If the 42 can time this run, he might have something here down the back straightaway. He just doesn't have the help right now. And that's the only thing that's going to kind of hold back that 42 from looking to make a move there.
Also, got to watch out for the inside lane once they get rolling, but at this time, it is still the outer groove that is finding that speed that's keeping them up front for now, as Jonathan Smith leads the way. Kevin Winker going to be in third place, Christian Angel in fourth, fifth, David Mayo, and what a run by Mayo to get back in the mix, but it's Daryl Young who might be the one that could change things up if he can get close to his teammates.
That it would be. He's coming up through the field right now, and I tell you what, that's a bad sight to see. If you see the rest of the field, do not let that 18 get to the 76 or that 25. That would be what they don't want to see. But look at this. They were going to make the move up top. They were trying to coordinate that, but the 51 said, nah, I'm putting myself right in the mix with it too, unless he's coordinating with them too. That's the thing. You never know. The 51 might be working together with them also.
I know in chat we've got the spotter for Young out there. I'd be able to give us that confirmation of who's working with who, but at this current time, it's Jonathan Smith feeling comfortable out there.
Yeah, I can confirm he's a Harpoon Designs car. So, yeah, part of the mix. So we got 4 of them right here. This is going to be tough for the rest of the field.
Well, it's set in stone. If we stay like this, unless, someone can make that inside lane work, but there's just not enough drivers down there that need to find some help. At this current time, also, there's a lot of drivers that are starting to fall back as the second pack of drivers that have been dealing with a lot of damage have fallen back. We've got our top 15 in this lead group, and then 16th on back are really falling off.
this pack, and I don't know if that's the worst case for them personally, Sam. I mean, this could actually help some of those drivers that have dropped back if something major here happens, and we're still outside the window of making it to the end of this race. So might as well stay back there, kind of ride it out, and let these guys figure it out. And you know, if I was a betting man, it would definitely be a high chance of a yellow flag. So I think these guys that follow back aren't too worried.
No, I don't think so either, especially if they continue to stay side by side like they are. As the field's trying to figure out how do you want to tackle to break up the 4 drivers that are in line on the outside, that being Jonathan Smith, Roger Pierce, Christian Angel, and as well going to be Daryl Young, that have been really the top 4. When you get this group all in line, there's not much that can stop them. The rest of the field kind of sits and wait. If anyone can beat these 4 drivers, I think it has to be a complete collective group, all dropping down low. They also are closing in some lap traffic in front of this lead pack. So here's another fun, hope for the best type of a moment as Tom Rowland, who has been the driver that's been the lap down the most, has stayed patient, consistently staying out. And the mental fortitude has allowed the 59 to move up from 28th position to 24th. But now it's time for the field. Can they work together to get past the lap car?
Gonna be the question here. We've seen it before. No, it's not the reckon.
And netcode was a major factor there, but again, just that squeezing motion. And drivers get caught up in a mess. Coming up to lap 160, coming up to 40 laps to go. And another late caution comes out, and a lot of the drivers that have used both of their faster pairs caught up in this one.
That they have, and you'll see here once again the lap car down low. And like you said, this squeeze that happens here late on the exit, the lap car kind of comes up the track. That squeezes the 22 up the racetrack, and then from there, there's some net code involved, and boom, we got a major wreck right here. And those drivers that were 4 to 5 seconds back, they look pretty smart now at this opportunity. And the questioning is here, Sam, is we almost had a major incident with the field catching up to the pace car. There was some close calls there. Luckily, nobody had anything happen, but this is an interesting position because right now we're about 10 laps away, in my opinion, from being good to go on fuel. I still think, though, you come down this time, you put 4 tires and fuel in this car, pack it full of fuel, because if we do go green, if we go completely green, you can come in and do a splash of fuel, while others will have to take much more fuel if they stay out here and have to most likely take tires. So this is still an opportunity for strategy. I think this is a no-brainer for a pit stop.
Yeah, it makes sense for this field on where they're at, and make that decision. How many will decide on this choice? I think, you know, expecting some drivers to just come on, top off, feel comfortable with that, and then make that final, maybe go into pit road, just in case we go for a long green flag run, top off on fuel, take your final set of tires on this next time you come in pit road, and finish out this race as cleanly as you can. 40 laps to go here tonight. Thank you so much for everyone that's been joining with us during your afternoon. That's starting to get closer to evening time here on Freaky Fast Broadcasting, watching the BMRL iRacing Series, their Daytona 500, the race before they find themselves going into this race. And driver was removed from the server. Tom Rowland has been removed from the server, and I guess felt like the admins felt like it was time for him to be removed, as they felt like he was the reason for that caution.
Interesting there, call there. So yeah, hey, that's for the admin's discretion, and they'll have to talk with their drivers and all that once they get through with that. But hey, we got some interesting things playing out right now with how this race is going to unfold. I mean, 4 teammates in line, that's going to be tough. But the thing is, at some point, they don't become team. The teammate game has got to stop, because at 2 to 3 to go, I know that, yeah, you want to win this race, but how bad do you want to beat your teammate also? How much are you willing to risk? I think these guys might get, help each other till the very end, and then that is when it's all going to break loose.
Yeah, if you risk it all for that win, or do you stay in line and go 1, 2, 3, 4? That's the decision you have to make, because if they stay in line, they're most likely going to finish 1, 2, 3, 4 because of how strong we've seen 4 quality drivers in line staying on the outside. But if you find yourself, you know, in a position where you have a chance, maybe you see the inside row moving along, drop down, work with them, and go for the win might be the better choice to take. But I got a feeling that whoever is in that lead driver position, they're probably going to be the biggest sitting duck once we get to that white flag, and if we have a chance to race this one out.
I completely agree. This is gonna be interesting here, Sam. And with the way this played out, none of these guys pitted either. So I really think I mean, I understand. I think they probably think they're going to get more cautions here, so they'll be able to pit with the perfect timing. But my thing is, if this did go green and you were able to come down and get that fuel and tires in the car, that would make a difference when coming down for that very final stop of this race.
Well, coming on to this restart, we have ourselves with 18 drivers on the lead lap. 2 drivers, 1 lap down, that being Deschamps in the 19 machine, who's had a rough last couple of 50 laps for the 19. And then as well, driver we haven't talked about really all night long, Julio Marquez in the 54, 1 lap down, trying to get back on the lead lap. They've been the lap down for majority of the night. And we'll see if the 54 can get back on the lead lap, if these cautions line up for them to get the laps back. As going to be the teammates in line, 1, 2, 3, 4, Jonathan Smith, Roger Pierce, and as well as Daryl Young, Christian Angel going to be setting up for this restart. How do you want to line up? It's going to be the key, as Jonathan Smith's going to be the lead driver on this restart. Thank you so much for everyone that's been joining with us. I know chat's been getting active here recently, but we're so thankful for everyone that's joined with us to watch the ending of tonight's race. Less than 40 laps to go here this evening, and at moments it looked like it was a definite Harpoon Designs finish, that we're going to be seeing Pierce as well as Young working together. Well, we'll see if they can survive the carnage that we know is bound to happen. Base car into pit road, into the restart zone. We are green as the teammates trying to line up, give the space, and get in line.
Here they go, Sam. This is going to be how do they mix this together, because you got the different groups and they have already perfected it. Once again, I mean, it's a giant gap for Jonathan Smith right now, which could cause problems. But with knowing you have 3 teammates behind, it's not going to cause too much of an issue, as Lingerfeld just jumps up to that outside line too. And once again, the bottom just deteriorates away.
It goes away, but there's still some breath of life trying to stay down low in the Sharpie machine. Number 23 of Shane Haas trying to woo his way forward, hoping that he can find some of that Kurt Busch magic. Kurt Busch is running that scheme and trying to work on the inside row. Needs a little bit more help. Not enough drivers working in line. But here they go. Few more drivers, Zach, that we really haven't talked about a lot here tonight. Starting to show signs of life here late.
They are. Shane Haas up here, up into the 6th position in that 23 machine. I haven't really talked too much about him. We had Max Service there lead for a little bit of that, staying out. He's back up to 8. You got Brett Vinson up to that 9th position. And look at Mark Thrash. He was involved in a caution, was a lap down at one point. He's back up to the 10th position, along with Steven Hines, who we saw really have that crazy 360 earlier in the race. And he's up to the 12th position. So we'll see how these guys can get mixy. And, you know, the chat was bringing it up. Like, you know, when will they team up against this group before? Because all night they've been kind of the most well worked together group, and they've always had someone to go with them when they made a move. But the question is, do the other drivers out there look to team up on them? I mean, that's going to be the question I think they got to ask themselves.
As the field is continuing on, following the leader, just as following the leader. Got to try something different if you want a chance to go for the win. That means you have to go against the team that's been working together so well here tonight. Seeing some other drivers trying to come back into this fight, the best of their abilities, and majority of the field has already used 2 of their faster pairs. They're down to their last car that they have out on track. A couple of drivers still have 1 faster pair, and then as well, Roger Pierce still having 2 faster pairs, and Joshua Landon Fox two fast repairs. Those are the only two that really have a reckless, we have our safety net if we do something too terribly. But at this moment, both on two very different sides of the pack. Landon fought with Lane Fox at the back half of this field. And then you've got in second place Pierce just sitting in a wake, following Jonathan Smith that we look out in front of.
And Jonathan Smith running an interesting line. It's more like the middle of the backstretch, and that's allowing this inside line to get the little side draft that they need. And look at this. Here they come on the bottom side. Can they make this work? The push from Peppers to Shane Haas. Can they go forward? And it looks like Peppers blinking out, but it doesn't matter. He's still pushing.
Still pushing, trusting that he's not going to phase into the car in front of him. And if he does that, we could see calamity happen. And it's not a good thing if you find yourself inside of another car, which when you're seeing blinking action like that is possible. And honestly, that blink kind of spooked Vincent from trying to make that movement forward. He had to back off, which killed all the momentum for the inside lane. Now that they can see each other, it's time for another chance to fight forward.
Yeah, they are a great fighting here going on for sure as this team up front still trying to hold back the group. It looks like the inside line has lost a little momentum of what they had, but through 3 and 4, they do start to surge once again. It seems like 3 and 4 has been all night the inside line strength. 1 and 2 has been the outside line strength. Let's see how these drivers can work it. Can they get the side draft to pull back that 76 off the 25?
Finally seeing the fight that we were hoping to have here late. When you saw 4 teammates in line, maybe it was going to be too strong and too high of a mountain to climb. Haas is not giving up. Also, Peppers that was up front battling it and initially saw the strength of the outside lane at the start of the race back in the fight as well. As all these drivers on inside row, loving the fact that they run in the middle lane because it gives them a chance. But these slight wiggles, slight bad bumps, have to be careful as we head down into turn number 3.
Big bumps are happening for sure. And you know, the one thing I'm starting to question as we get closer to that lap 170 marker, who is going to play some strategy here? Do you pit when you can make it? And what you can do with that is you have more fuel in the tank of your car right now. You'll be able to have a quicker pit stop by only putting a certain amount of fuel. As it looks like Haas gets shoved to the inside. So Shane there, unfortunately, getting shuffled out. But when will the strategy play? That's going to be the interesting case because right now it's coming into the window.
Oh, no! And they're wrecking in the back half of the field, and there's your question being answered. As Drew Prowl, as well as others, caught up in this one.
Big incident there, Sam. That was unfortunate for those guys, but I mean the timing of it, just the way it happens. And I think this is something we've seen all night. Just a driver getting into the outside lane, getting into the outside wall, and from there it's going to cause a little bit of a stack up. I think Gardner from behind, just no way he can get slowed up. It's going to spin that 80 down the track into the 69. Then the 22 is going to catch some of it, along with the 08, this 54, the 30. Just multiple drivers involved in this latest yellow here. This puts us right at the window.
Yeah, right when we get to 30 laps to go. Expecting everyone to come to pit road. Everyone to take 4 tires of fuel if you got tires to spare. As we get ourselves prepared for the last 30 laps of tonight's race, we might have to use overtime. There might be a few more waiting for us. We will step aside for one of our final commercial breaks of the evening. Thank you for joining with us here on Freaky Fast Broadcasting as you are watching the Daytona 500 sponsored by Sleep Racing. We'll be back in just a few moments. Thank you so much for joining with us. 30 laps to go. We'll take you to the end after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Freaky Fast Broadcasting for the Daytona 500. It's the final push. Who is going to get into victory lane? Two drivers decided not to come into pit road. Jeffrey Peppers as well as Kevin Winker going to be the two drivers that stay out. But a lot of drivers taking fuel only, pushing back the drivers from Harpoon all the way back to the middle of the field, but they have made the march forward before. They'll have to do it again into the restart zone, and we're back to green flag racing here tonight.
Here we go, Sam. Jeffrey Peppers, great start from himself, and Winker jumps immediately up to the top side and covers off Hines. Now we'll get to see what happens here. Is the strategy's interesting calls from these guys to stay out. I think they're banking on a caution, but my thing is the rest of the field's going to be staying out the rest of the time, so you're going to be giving up track position if you have a pit.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. The fact that you deciding not to come to pit road. I know track position's key, but giving up, you're going to have to go to the back half of the field once you have to pit. So it's a lose-lose thing, and there they go.
A quick little yellow right there, Sam. Looks like that was in the back half of the field. There is, I think that was, Jake Baker getting spun around, I believe, from Mark Thrash. So 17 and 38 involved in that one, and that one there, 38 just being
a little bit. Thought he could squeeze into a hole that was not there, and a lot of drivers caught up in this one that really were hoping that they get caught in a mess because they had already used up all their fast repairs. As now will be under caution 4 here, and you're going to see there the 38 just poke in the nose, get collected in the back half of the field, just slamming in the lane.
Big hit right there. Big hit. So definitely some fast repairs again if they have them being used as Baker comes up on the back of the 81. You seen there a service, and he's just behind the car that's drafting ahead, and the 38 says, well, there's a gap there, I'm going for it. And unfortunately, I think that was the wrong decision. I think you should have just push those guys and help the line you're in. No reason right there to have to go into the inside and make it 3 wide.
I mean, it's one of those things where drivers, it's late, fatigue starts to kick in for the drivers. Maybe miscounted what lap we were on, but we're going to be still coming up to 25 laps to go. We're closing in to that white flag. We'll see moves like that come out a little bit more in a timely manner, but this helps out for Peppers to get himself in a position coming to pit road, as well as Winker to get their service done, because they are in a position where they cannot make it to the end of this race. And pit stops for drivers coming to pit road. And maybe it's a thought, Zach, of wait longer, so then you'll have those fresher tires to work with to have that better grip to tackle for those final 25 laps.
That's very true, Sam. I mean, we've talked about how the handling has gone away in these cars as the runs go on, so that could be what Peppers and Winker are thinking, like, hey, we can go out here and have fresher tires at the end of this race. We might be able to make way more aggressive moves to be able to have an opportunity to fight. So that could be what they're looking for, but it's going to be interesting to see how they're going to fight back with the track position loss that they'll have to unfortunately take at some point.
Well, it is going to be seeing these drivers setting up. A few coming into pit road for damage repair. Others are deciding to stay out since they came into pit road under that last yellow. And the field gets themselves prepared for this next restart. It's going to be Jeffrey Peppers, going to be the lead driver, with Lagerfeld going to be in second, Winker in third. And going to be Steven Douglas Hines going to be in fourth. And for Hines, comes into this race, into the winter break for the truck series that BMRL are currently having. They're going to be back to racing action tomorrow night, but Hines is the driver that has the most starts ever in BMRL history. So this two machine, trying to go for the history books, only has 1 win in his career. That was at Atlanta just a few weeks ago for the two machine, and that was at the new Atlanta. So having some super speedway experience, gonna see if that can carry over for the two machine to get into victory lane here tonight.
That it could very well carry over, and gotta give Sam a shout there for those cool stats that look back to the past and see who has really done well in this series before. So definitely cool to see guys like Hines, you know, with the experience, have an opportunity here maybe to win himself a Daytona 500. And I tell you what, winning a Daytona 500 is something you won't forget for a long time, because you talked about the fatigue. That is definitely setting in. I know we're sitting in a simulation, folks. It's not this is not a real race car where you're getting the G forces, the heat that you experience at a normal 500-mile event. But I will say it is still a grueling event. Not only physically a little bit, you can get a little tired, but more than anything, it's the mental fatigue that you starts to creep in the longer these races get. And I think that's why you see some of these little mistakes, you know, like just little mental lapses of where, you know, it's late in the race and you're going for it, and sometimes your reactions just are a little bit off, and that causes the problems to start happening. So the fatigue's kicking in, and I tell you what, these drivers, when they end it, are definitely going to feel the 500 miles in the brunt of Daytona.
Absolutely, as the drivers that are going to be on the lead lap, top 17, are going to still be running there. Still in pit road getting damage repair is going to be Jake Baker and Chris Mayo, as they're waiting to get back out on course. The rest of the field, it's about to be go time for ourselves, as it's going to be 24 laps to go in tonight's race. And these 176 laps, it has been that prep period. You're learning about the track, how it's changed throughout this race, and figuring out, okay, where do I need to place myself to go for the victory. Some have already planned out maybe their big moves that they need to be in position to make. Maybe some have just learned how the draft package has enabled you to make some big passes. I think for the field, they all know there's a team that you have to stop if you want to get into victory lane, and that's Harpoon Designs, that find themselves riding in 5th, 6th, and 7th. Can you get by? Can you hold off? It's time to find out as we're back to green flag action.
And Peppers wasting no time here with Winker jumping up to the top side. I think these two might be looking to work together as they're in the same strategy here. We'll see what Lingerfeld does, though. In that third position is the first of the Harpoon Designs team, jumps out, and there he goes, Roger Pierce, and he'll have Daryl Young, his teammate, that jumped right behind him, along with Jonathan Smith.
And as well, seeing some other drivers making some big moves. Lingerfeld's going to be dropping down to the inside lane, then decides to move back up to the top. Not confident enough, but he continues to bob back and forth, utilizing the side draft. And it's Kyle Lingerfeld that makes the big move, moves up to first place. But for how long? Because Harpoon Designs, big tap, almost a wreck. They hold it together, but that 65 is sitting duck as the teammates are trying to fully clear one themselves. They move up to the top. Oh, Lingerfeld blocks. Whoa, that's a dangerous move by the 65.
He tried to cover it off. He knew what was coming. He knew they were all three going to gang up on him and go around him. And just like that, in a blink of an eye, back to the point, Roger Pierce, where he has been all night, is, oh, there we go, Jeffrey Peppers. And I believe the driver who's working together with Kevin Winker are going to be involved in this yellow.
Spun around, some other late contacts are made. And there is the caution that the 69 and the 42 needed, but sadly they were the ones involved in the wreck. And now they're going to find themselves having to go into pit road. Luckily for Peppers, does have a fast repair to work with here, even with the heavy damage, as we take a look at what brought out our most recent yellow.
See how this plays out here, Sam. Is just a bad bump is what I'm thinking this leads to. Is a little, yeah, the bump from Peppers to the Smith that causes Peppers to check up to not wreck him. And then from there, Kevin can't really get slowed up in time. And then Hines is going to be involved. Just multiple cars here into that outside wall as, again, the yellow out here late in this race is, oh, they're locking up into each other.
That was a bizarre lockup. Thrash just wanted to come to a complete halt. And when you lock it up, you cannot turn. And 38 making some contact there late. That was just a bizarre moment.
You locked them front tires, guys. You were on a one-way ticket to wherever the tires were pointed when you locked them up, because it's going usually that way. As you'll see here at 38. Oh, he ran in the back of him and then tried to lock it up. And then from there, as soon as the tires locked up, you're a bystander. Like you either need to let go of the brake and try to apply them again, or you just keep holding them like he did, and it just doesn't stop very well. So unfortunate for Thrash, but these wrecks have been somewhat of mayhem here.
And Thrash just cannot get a break at this point. Again, I'd already used the fast repair, both fast repairs, and has been having to go into pit road and just get damage repair constantly, and hoping maybe get a little bit of fresh air on this next incident if we get another one, as a majority of the field into pit road to get damage repaired for themselves, and also for Steven Hines, going to be already used his fast repairs for tonight, and he's got a required damage flag, so he's going to be in pit road for quite a while. Winker's also going to be in pit road for quite a while for the 42. Luckily does have that fast repair, so going to be utilizing it. Same for Peppers. They'll be back out on track, but Jake Baker still in pit road getting damage repair from the incident prior to this one. So a lot of drivers, we're losing them now quick, Zach. Those fast repairs, they disappeared quickly, but with 20 laps to go, if you haven't used them all, you're kind of in a very nice sitting place to be here late.
Yeah, you definitely are. You feel more comfortable for sure. I don't know if you feel very well off, but you definitely feel more comfortable. And I mean, think about it. I mean, I would say these three up front, I don't even think they've possibly used the fast repair. So they might be sitting here with two in the back pocket. And when that happens, you definitely you feel well off. Yeah, it looks like actually, so Daryl Young and Jonathan Smith have both used one. But yeah, Roger Pierce, I'm not using fast repair yet. I think he's the only person other than Joshua Land Fox. Yeah.
Which that one is shocking.
Yeah,
Land Fox has been caught up in a couple of wrecks and just decides, I'm not going to use my fast repairs. You would have thought maybe to use one, but obviously Land Fox is waiting for, if I get terminal damage, that's when I'm going to be using my fast repair.
Yeah, surprisingly, I mean, with him and Roger have not used them, but then you only have three other guys who have one left. So we got 5 guys with fast repairs left. So if something crazy happens, we're going to have some cars out of this race.
Who's going to survive the final 20 laps here tonight? As you see it change on our ticker, we went from showing you every single lap that we've ran to now just 20, and this is what it's all come down to. This is what Super Speedway Racing's about. It's the last 20 laps, that moment when you realize, okay, we have built up to this time. If our car's running at full song, we've got enough aero that's still there to allow us to go forward. We've got a chance still to win this race, and you have to try to position yourself in the right spot to go for a win. We know that the teammates seeing Pierce, Young, Smith, and Angel are going to try to get together as quickly as possible. The rest of the field, like we've seen in chat as well, they have to all work as one to defeat that team if they're going to stop the likes of the Harpoon Designs crew.
No doubt. They're definitely going to have to figure something out how to get around them, Sam. It's 180 laps. I don't, they haven't figured it out yet. I don't know if they're going to figure it out in these last 20. It's going to be tough. It's going to take, I think, a mistake from this group or them racing each other. Again, I think at the end of the day, they're going to help each other all the way down to the very end. I don't know what their agreement is. Some teammates have different agreements. Hey, I'll help you all the way up to that white flag. Hey, I'll help you all the way to 2 to 3 to go. I mean, there's certain markers, and then there's some guys who will help you all the way to the checker flag. So there is definitely cases where that could happen, but I think at some point they're all going to race each other, and that's where we're going to get to see it all break down and see who's going to be the person to be the X factor in all this.
Yeah, I mean, we look at the way that this race has kind of floated around. It's been a lot of seeing Harpoon Designs up front, but if we looked at practice, it was Kyle Linkfelt that was the fastest driver during practice. Then at qualifying, it was Roger Pierce. Throughout this race, Roger Pierce has led the most laps. But will the 76, who leads us to the green, be able to stay in that position? Green flag is back out in the air here at Daytona. 19 laps to go here this evening. And who will win the Daytona 500? We'll find out as we roar down into turn number 1.
Great start once again from these guys. I mean, they're jumping the start here to get together, and that's, causing a gap. Look at the gap that they have. You can't even really see those two up front. This could cause an issue as there's a wreck farther behind. I don't think they're going to get tested on this, as there it is. The yellow comes out with the cars in the very back of this pack here, bringing this one out. It looks like Mark Thrash there once again involved in another one, as I think he might have got a little bit of help and a little bit of netcode help too from Adam Gardner.
As another incident bringing out this yellow, and yeah, the netcode was quite brutal on this one. I think he's going to give us the best chance to see. You're going to see that blue and red 56 of Gardner trying to make his way forward. Thrash of the 38 just riding high, and then that's what we call netcode. There is no actual contact made, but it reacted like there was contact, and then the 19 trying to hold the brake as comes in and just trying to scave on by was going to be the 19 machine.
Such a unfortunate incident. I mean, again, this is online racing, folks. I mean, there's things you deal with in real life racing, such as the the wind and such. But here and the aero factors that play out in real life. But here we deal with sometimes the connection issues. I mean, every person is on a different connection, as you can see. Also, the weather, as I talked about the weather, we'll show the weather and how the wind is affecting these cars out here. But yeah, just unfortunate when that happens, but it is a part of racing online, and that is something you'll learn as you get there farther and farther in time.
Yeah, I mean, the weather has certainly been dropping once the sun set. These drivers, I started racing when it was around 5 p.m. in sim time. It's now up to quick math, now 8:15 in sim time. So they're it's starting to cool off, and we have officially lost that of Mark Thrash, who I gotta say, Thrash made this race so much more entertaining for us to watch up here in the booth. He was willing to be aggressive, and kudos to that 38 machine for doing his best, not able to finish out the race, and most likely going to fall down to 21st position with all the drivers that are still out on track running this race. But the field is in a position where everyone should, I would say, Zach, are good to take us to the end of this race, as race admins have actually going to be shortening up. We're at the 1 to go now to take off into this restart.
There we go. I like that. I'm a fan of the shortening there of that. That's definitely going to get us right back into the action, and hopefully get some. It's a good ending to tonight's 500 miles here, man. I mean, it's been a wild one so far. These last few laps here have been a little bit riddled with a few little minor incidents that have brought out yellows, but nonetheless, this is about to get pretty wild here, I think, when we get down to that final 5 laps to go. So we're only about 10 laps away from that.
As we are also going to have 17 drivers on the lead lap. Going to get back to green flag racing here quickly. Race admins recognizing, oh great, I think everyone's done their pit stops. There's only so many of us that are still going to be racing this one to the end. Let's get back to green flag action as quickly as possible, which is great for you, the fans. Get to see more green flag racing here tonight, as we are inching closer and closer to the end of this race, as it's going to be 16 laps to go when we go green. Pierce, Young, Lingfeld, as well as Smith going to be your top 4. Angel, Service, Mayo, that's David Mayo in 7th. Crazy to see the 08 still in this fight after some of those incidences. And Joshua Landfox in 9th place. That 22 still yet to use a fast repair, but inside of the top 10. Finishing out the top 10 to Bill Sleep, who, hey, we'll see if Bill can get it done, as is the sponsor of the race, wants to get it over with the victory, as we're back to green flag action.
Back to green flag. Look at Lingerfeld. He's going to jump immediately to the inside as the 76 jumps up to get with his teammates. Lingerfeld is not wasting any time. He's fighting strong here. And the thing, his problem though, is he's got Christian Angel behind him, who is a teammate of the drivers ahead of him. So I think Christian Angel, if anything, is going to leave him out to dry here, especially if trying to pull up high. Okay, there you go. Fit in there.
Now you find a hole, you got to go for it, I guess, here in racing. And right now, everyone recognizing the outside lane is where the speed is at. No one willing to ditch just yet on our leaders on where they're running currently. Like I said, Lingerfeld is looking like the new most aggressive driver up front. Is 65, not wasting any time, wants to get up front for a chance to battle. And the hard part is that there's not a lot of trust, I would say, Zach. Everyone has moved up to the top line with 15 laps to go here tonight.
That they have sent everybody up here. They know it's the fastest line. They said, you know what, this is going to be our time. Let's get up here and ride it out until we get to the point where we want to make a move. And this is, I mean, this is so reminiscent of actual cup racing, where when they go to the top in that final 15, 20 to go, they just try to hold position and hold station as there's a car flying through the grass. I think that was Drew Prohl, as he's just getting that car back up to speed, but we're going to stay green here for the time being. Everybody up on that top side and a few moves being made farther back.
Yeah, that's Angel that's trying to lead the inside row, but just there's no help to work with 51 machine. Also going to be seeing Gardner on the back bumper in that blue and red, as well as seeing a few others trying to work that outside groove as quickly as they can. And a few lap cars also still in the mix, as the 17 Jake Baker working on the outside row, trying to move forward if they can to assist whoever is possible. But at this moment, we're starting to see kind of that damage that drivers have been accumulating throughout these last 20 to 30 laps. Those drivers are falling back, not able to stay attached to this lead pack.
Not able to stay attached, like you said, just don't have the speed in the car anymore, especially with everybody running up on this top side. Look, Angel, he's still battling back here with them, and they're going to be almost possibly losing the lead draft here, as it looks like Winker, he's got to the outside of one of the drivers ahead of him.
That's going to be getting by Sleep in the 64 machine. Bill Sleep still in the fight, even though he's been caught with a couple of wrecks after using both his fast repairs. And the fastest lap of the race just got clocked in by the lap car of Jake Baker, just showing these drivers are putting it all on the line. And we're starting to see that inside lane start to form, but they need a lot more drivers if they want to start to compete with the lead pack and these top three teammates where they're currently laying.
This is going to get wild here, folks. It's almost going to be 3 wide farther back here. I believe that's Shane Haas there in the 23 trying to make something happen up top, and down below him you had Bill Sleep trying to go forward. So these drivers are trying something here, Sam. They need to get farther up to that lead pack, because when things start to happen here, you want to have a chance to go forward.
10 drivers on the lead pack, making 11 cars in this lead group, with Jake Baker, who is trying to stay attached, but he's losing the draft quickly. And these big moves that these drivers are making that are too wide in the back half of the pack, they are killing their own speed, and if they make a bad decision, they'll lose track of the lead of this lead pack very quickly. So these aggressive moves, they are something you have to make, but also could be what breaks you from having a chance to fight for a win, as we are now closing into 11 laps to go when they cross the line.
11 laps to go here, almost, Sam, like you said, and these drivers are going to have to figure something out. How do you get around the trio up front? They've been unstoppable all race long, so dominant with the control of this race from the start to the finish, but anything can happen at Daytona. Here comes Kevin Winker in the 42. He's had enough. He's dropping low.
Who else will join 42 machine? Thought maybe we would see the 65. Instead, he'll stay on the outside lane. We just need more drivers. And Winker just hoping and trying to woo someone to go down low and work with them. Instead, he's going to stick to side drafting, and that whole other inside lane has just disappeared on the 42.
That it has, and I think a lot of these guys are going to be patient here. I think you're going to see the 65, the 81, the 22 here be very patient. They're not going to make a move here till about 2 to 3 to go. And if anything, Sam, you have to lay back. You need to build a gap. Don't be up on the back bumper of that 70 or that 25 machine. If you're up on his back bumper, you're pushing them, you're helping them. So you need to lay off that bumper, get a little farther back, in my opinion. And that way, when you do have a head of steam, it's going to be a big one when you get the run, and you're not also help push them. And also, when you lay back, you lay back onto the nose of the car behind you. You got the help then too. So let's see if this gap starts to form. I don't think it's going to be right now. Right now, it's not the timing is right. But with lap 197, 198, if that's 65, you start to see a gap forming between him and that 25, watch out, because the run will be huge.
Well, it looks like maybe the gap's going to be starting back in 5th place, because Max Service is laying off a lot here. That 81 looks like he wants to be the one that maybe starts this run. Winker getting a little bit impatient, might be hurting this charge that they're trying to build up, as they're giving each other a lot of space here. This could be the run if they want to make the charge now. But Zach, I see what you're talking about in the fact that maybe they'll wait for 2 to 3 laps to go. But if you start making those moves now, you'll have a couple of opportunities to fight for the lead.
You're exactly right about that too, Sam. Like, if at least get a chance to back up and see in time how big the run is. You know, just assuming that it's going to be enough is not always the right situation. So you can test in this situation, especially when you got a pack of 8-9 cars here like we have. It's not a giant pack. You're not going to lose out too much if you just test a few things right now while you got the time.
Trying to set up, how do you make this pass on the front three? The teammates of Harpoon Designs, they have been the dominators. They have been in control, and they've led majority of this race. But the rest of the pack that is right here collected, we have a total of 9 drivers, and we're also closing in on a little bit of lap traffic ahead of them. But Roger Pierce, I mean, if you're the 76, you got to be thinking, okay, I'm in a comfortable zone where I'm at. As long as I can trust what my teammates are going to do and we all work together as one, this is looking to be very easy for us, as the 2 of Hines is going to stay low, allowing this field to drive on by. And just with now coming up to 7 laps to go, this is it, Zach. The final countdown of who's going to win the Daytona 500.
This is what it all comes down to. And again, this has got a classic look to some of the Daytona 500s we've seen in real life, where these guys are all, you know, grouped up, only 9 cars, a smaller package. It looks like Brett Vision and Kevin Winker are beating and banging back there for that last position in this group. And while Harpoon Designs are just showing the class on how to push. Look at Daryl Young. That right there, folks, is how you push. He pushed all the way to the entry of the corner, let him get away through the center a little bit, gave a little nudge in the center, didn't stay connected, and then on the straightaway here, look at that, just automatically on the back bumper, pushing in the right spots of the track. That's why they've been so dominant all night, and that's just a grade A explanation, or example of it right there.
They've been working together. It's been flawless, but the rest of the field has been struggling to work as one to get by. It has only happened and worked about 3 times in total of trying to get by this group of 3, at moments group of 4. Slight little bit of side drafting and a buzz by on the 80 machine. There'll be a quick squeeze of 3 wide of going in the middle of this lead pack as they get by the 80, and now it's just down to coming up to 5 laps to go. This is the setup, and it looks like they're starting to back off, Zach. It might be go time to go see if Harpoon Designs can defend, because here they go down to the inner groove.
Yep, they backed it up. They tried it, Sam. This is going to be interesting to see. Can he get up to the quarter pound, the 76? Good side draft from the 65. That's going to slow him down, but the connection between the 18 and 65 is too much for them. And here comes the run, though, from behind that group. Is it looks like Brett Vision and also Joshua Fox here in this, as Kevin Winker, he has lost the draft.
Yeah, but look who's on the outside lane right behind Harpoon Designs. It's Bill Sleep, who's trying to make the outer groove work. The 64 machine making the runs and setting up to where they wanted to go, but they needed everyone to be in line on the inside groove if they wanted to beat the powerhouse. Instead, it was selfish runs, an attempt, but it backfires for Kyle Langer as well for the 81 and Max Service, as they will now fall the end of the line, and they'll have to watch to see who's going to set up for this next pass.
If they learned anything, they got to do that once again. It's just got to be well timed, though. It's got to be much better timed and much better set up. You can't have 2 cars. You're going to need all of those cars to go and leave them out to dry. But at some point, it's like the question of, you've seen those 3 work so well together, why not stick with them and try to keep the track position for a late move for yourself? But here comes the run from Joshua Fox.
And it's going to be seen. Land Fox on the inner groove, trying to be the leader. One of 2 drivers that save their fast repair for when it is critical, and yet to use it just yet. But the 22, it seems like they need a little bit more help. They need more drivers in line. 3 versus 5 just isn't enough for that inside pack to work.
Exactly right, Sam. They're going to need the numbers down low. They're going to need the numbers to go there, and if they're going to need to figure it out quickly, because they're continuously ducking out, ducking back in, ducking out, ducking back in. And my thing is, if maybe you can get lined up down there, it'll be enough.
As we're into 2 laps to go, if we get a caution coming up to the white flag, or if we get a caution before the white flag, we will then head into overtime. But this lap I know for Harpoon Designs, they're hoping they'll stay green as the 71 and on screen, the 18 on our ticker continues to put the pressure on that of Roger Pierce and just keeps the 76 in that lead position. This might be the time. The opening, they're just not close enough, and I gotta say, for Bill Sleep, he's just too close. He's not giving himself a chance to go for a chance at this lead.
And when do the teammates decide to race each other here? That's going to be the question, because here comes the inside line. If you're Daryl Young, you got an opportunity here to jump down in front of him. Does he take it here at some point?
As we're coming to the white flag, congratulations to everyone cycling through. We don't need overtime. This is it, the official race. Who's winning the Daytona 500?
Here we go. Roger Pierce in the lead, down into one. Daryl Young going to be all over him, though. He's backing it up. Look at the gap that's forming there. Does Daryl take a chance here, or does he push his teammate? It looks like right now it's just sticking to pushing. Will he try something out of 4, or does he just stick to the back bumper and make it a procedural?
And Bill Sleep now going to be giving his attempt to the inside, but there's just not enough momentum. It is all Harpoon Designs. Will they cost one another a chance to win? Pierce on the outside lane. Young with the chance right on the back bumper. They'll stay in line, not make a pass. Roger Pierce winning here tonight, as it is a calamity coming across the line for the 14. It was a late lunge. It was a little bit too late. But Pierce, who dominated after qualifying, never held back. And the teammates finish 1, 2, 3.
Oh, man, I expected a move at some point. It seems like the teammates stayed true to each other, and yeah, I mean, dominant performance from them with a 1, 2, 3, like you said, and Roger Pierce pulling it off here, getting that victory in a Daytona 500.
It was an incredible finish for these drivers, and Roger Pierce, as well as Daryl Young, Jonathan Smith, they really worked well as a trio, and when they had 4 drivers in line with Christian Angel, it was a great run for themselves as we get to see the 79 burn it down. We'll take a look at these unofficial results for these drivers, because it was a wild one here this evening. A lot of wrecks came out, Zach, and end of the night, I mean, it was the trio that we knew that was going to get it done.
That it was, Sam. They got it done, and they're going to be able to celebrate here with the victory here at the Daytona International Speedway, man. That's always a great way to have a January evening for yourself.
Well, here's going to be your top 10. It's Roger Pierce, as well as Daryl Young, Jonathan Smith, Bill Sleep, able to get 4th place, the best you can find there late. Brett Vizon going to be in 5th with Kyle Langfeld, going to be in 6th. 7th goes to Joshua Landfox. Max Service going to be in 8th. 9th is Kevin Winker, and 10th will be Shane Haas. Congratulations to those drivers. We just cycled through the rest of the field. I mean, Zach, certainly a crazy race, a lot of carnage, but ultimately it was the teammates that proved why they are so good.
Yeah, they work so well together, and I mean, what a job by them to get it done here tonight, man. It's such a long race, and to dominate it like that is definitely clearly showing that they had it all figured out.
Well, it looks like we actually might have the drivers to interview. We didn't know if they were going to be able to hop into the Discord or not. It looks like we were able to get them, and we have them in the waiting room. So, from Victory Lane, after doing some burnouts, we're going to pull in Roger Pierce and get his thoughts on tonight's race. As we head to Victory Lane, Roger, it's Sam and Zach of the booth. Congratulations on yourself on winning the Daytona 500 here tonight.
Thank you guys so much, man.
Man, Roger, how are you feeling? I saw the teamwork. You guys were a force tonight. That it just never seemed like anyone was able to beat you guys at all. How was that, working together as a team all night?
Oh, man. I mean, shout out to Harpoon Design, the team. We had John, Daryl, Christian. We all worked really well together tonight. I mean, Daryl can push like hell. I mean, he's so good. Every time we race here, he's one of the best pushers. So I couldn't have done this without them. Definitely was a fun race, very long race. And, you know, teamwork just prevailed in the end.
That it definitely did, Roger, man. Congrats on the win, first off. But, man, when the middle part of that race there, it seemed like you guys got split up there for a little bit, but you were able to stay up front. I mean, how was that there for a little bit being all by yourself?
Oh man, I love teamwork, but I love trying to go to the front too. Like timing the runs, figuring out where the holes are going to be, just figuring out like who's a good pusher, who's not a good pusher, who's got the better line, who doesn't. And if right now with this draft package, the runs are so big. So if you can kind of gap it a little bit and then time it, you're going wherever you want to go.
I mean, you guys certainly proved it as a team. Whenever you got hooked up and had to make some big passes, you proved how much those runs were massive. Well, congratulations, Rogers, once again on this win. And before we let you go, the floor is now yours for any shout-outs.
Hey, man, appreciate it. Shout out to Harpoon Design Racing. Check out him on Trading Paints. He's one of the #1 painters. Babs Body Shop, MDI TV, Bill's Sleep and Sleep Racing. They asked me to come race this with them, so I'm glad they asked me to come race because I had a lot of fun. Yeah, friends, family, thanks for watching, and thank you guys. Put on a great broadcast.
Well, thank you very much. It was enjoyable to watch from our point of view on tonight's race. That will be your victor here tonight of Roger Pierce. Congratulations on this win, and enjoy this victory.
Thank you guys so much.
As we go from victory lane, we head down to second place, where we find ourselves with Daryl Young. Daryl, congratulations on second. We saw you make the late move trying to go for the win. Wasn't enough, but congratulations on the 1-2-3 for the team.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun running with my teammates there. Roger getting the win, great for him. John, all of us getting a podium. Unfortunately, Christian got caught up in some stuff. He's on the development side of it, and he had a great race too. Unfortunately, he just got caught up in some stuff. But yeah, really happy with the three of us getting a podium for sure.
Yeah, definitely a great run for y'all, man. Y'all were always up front, just really putting on a show. And one thing we definitely noticed with you, Daryl, and we watched there in the last 10 laps of that race, you could really push, man. What came down to being able to push so well?
I just have a lot of experience with these tracks. I like running these tracks, and I try to pride myself on being a great pusher. There's a couple times where I thought I was going to turn the car in front of me, but I didn't, which is good. That hasn't happened in a while, jinx. Yeah, it was just a lot of fun. Pushing, it's where I like to be. I like to be in that P2 spot pushing. That's where I like to be.
Well, you certainly did prove it from our point of view of being a great pusher there, Daryl. Congratulations again on the 1-2-3. And before we let you go, the floor is now yours for any shout-outs.
Yeah, just teammates and Brantley from Harpoon Design with the awesome paints as well. Paints are great. And yeah, just glad we could put on a show.
Well, that's going to be your second place finisher, Daryl Young. Congratulations on second place, and enjoy this team victory.
Thank you. Take care.
Well, as we go from second place, we go down to third with a driver that we've covered before, and we're excited to be talking with them. We got Jonathan Smith with us. John, congratulations on a third place finish. Man, it looked like you probably had one of the tougher spots of your teammates there of defending, but man, how are you feeling after finishing third here tonight?
I'm feeling pretty good. It's good to talk to you guys again, and it was awesome having the great teamwork with Daryl and Roger and Christian tonight, and being able to get back up through the field a couple of times after being involved in a couple little incidents.
Yeah, that's what I was going to allude to, John, because, man, you had to work probably the hardest of your teammates to get right back into the mix there at the end. I mean, how tough was it to find your way back to the front? Because it seemed like once you got farther back than like 6th or 7th, it was just tough to get anything going after that.
It was pretty tough to try to make anything happen. I mean, really at Daytona, I'm used to the bottom lane being the place to be, so I would just kind of ride there all the time. And now it's up to the top, which is fine, but it's a lot harder to avoid things when you have to ride that top lane more.
That absolutely is. Well, congratulations once again on third place. And before we let you go, the floor is now yours for any shout-outs.
Well, I've got to say a huge thank you to all my teammates. Roger, Daryl, and Christian in here tonight, and Brantley for doing the spotting, Harpoon Design for the awesome paint schemes on all our cars, and everybody over at Driven Motorsports.
Well, that is going to be Jonathan Smith coming away with third place. Congratulations on your third place finish and the 1, 2, 3 for the team. Enjoy this victory for yourself.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Well, from our interviews with the drivers, usually we'd go into our unofficial results. I was kind of surprised that the drivers made it into the waiting room, but Zach, still impressive run for these drivers. We did not need overtime, and it was the teammates that proved from the start of the race to the end, they were the ones that you had to stop, and the field just wasn't able to come together there.
Yeah, completely agree, Sam. I mean, what a dominant performance from them. Also, even their teammate Christian, who was in there, he did a good job at 1 point, 1, 2, 3, 4 from them. And it just showed, again, when you have a team that is willing to work that good together and coordinate that well, and also have the skill level to do it, it combines for great things at Daytona. It just shows you these races are more than, when you come in these races, a lot of people talk about, well, it's a crapshoot. Anything can happen. Well, there is some skill lied behind it, and I think they showed that tonight. That if you can work well enough together and have the skill to do it, it's going to work well.
Certainly did come together in a fantastic fashion here tonight. Want to give a thank you to BMRL iRacing Series for letting us hop on board and give you the coverage of the Daytona 500, sponsored by Sleep Racing. It was a great time for myself and for Zach. If you'd like to watch more of us here on Freaky Fast Broadcasting, we got more coverage throughout the week. We will be broadcasting on Tuesday more Daytona action for the Daytona 300, kind of your preview of the Doghouse Racing League that we're going to be giving you coverage starting in February on Thursday nights. And if you'd like to watch our regular league racing action, well, on Wednesdays, we have the WSSR Cup Series Gen 4s heading to Kern County. Going to be a good one to watch. Zach, any final thoughts before we call it a night here this evening?
Well, first off, like you said, thank you to everybody here at the league that allowed us to come out here and broadcast their Daytona 500. It was a pleasure, especially for me, who had to knock off some rust as I'm getting ready to go back into the booth here and get ready for our action on Thursday nights, man. So definitely a great time here, and can't wait to see some more Daytona action play out through these next few months.
Can't wait for it. Thank you so much again for the fans that got to enjoy watching the broadcast here on Freaky Fast Broadcasting. Thank you for being a part of this long journey at Daytona. Congratulations to the Harpoon Designs drivers, and ultimately to Roger Pierce for the victory. But for us here at Freaky Fast Broadcasting, for myself, Sam Dyer, for Zach Hall, Robert Moyer Jr., and everyone else here at Freaky Fast Broadcasting, thank you for joining with us. Hopefully you enjoyed the show. We cannot wait for the next one, which will be Tuesday night, the Daytona 300. We will see you then on our next Freaky Fast broadcast.